set of speakers today, and on, I think, a really, really hot topic. So we're going to get started. Before we do, I just want to thank, there are thank you acknowledgments on the table, but I wanted to say some from the podium first. Thanks to Fran Sears and Cassandra Perez and the entire Murray Center staff who put this conference together. And I want to thank also my colleagues David Rothenberg and Rebecca Redkoff, who helped very much identify some of these great speakers you're going to hear today. And in addition to Allison Lefkowitz and my colleague Yao San, who I think is out here, who are going to help us moderate the conversation, and Burshak and Tomorrow and the Albert Dorman Honors College, who helped us very much, and Dean Kevin Belfield, and of the College of Science and Liberal Arts, Professor Michelle Boufidel, and David Jones, Christopher Wong, and Mary Beth Roser, among many, many, many people to thank. So let's start off now, and I'm going to ask our Provost and Vice President Atanda Vaz to come up and officially welcome you.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure, it's an honor to be here to welcome you, those who are outside the NJIT community. Welcome to NJIT and welcome to this particular forum. Those who are our own in the NJIT community, thank you so much for joining us. It's really, really very exciting to see such kind of event happening at NJIT, and it is not happening by coincidence. It is very strategic. But I wanted to share with you that this particular conference is the intersection of two top strategic priorities for NJIT. As under the new leadership of President Flynn, we are developing with our NJIT community the 2030 strategic plan. But this always has been in 2020 vision as well as in 2025 strategic plan. One of the top strategic priority is diversity, equity, inclusion, and belongingness. I don't want to take the thunder away from our Chief Diversity Officer, but I wanted to emphasize that it is all of us, our collective responsibility. All of us are in this. This is our social, moral, and professional obligation and responsibility to make sure that whatever we do comes to a complete spectrum. And you cannot come to a complete spectrum without diversity, equity, and inclusion. That makes us complete. Period. The second thing is, this is also, and I'm going to come back to one priority, the first priority that I just mentioned in a minute again. But the second one is, as in STEM education, what do? We educate the leaders of tomorrow. And that particular mission that we have is on the emerging needs, whether they are scientific needs and the discovery of the new knowledge through research, or whether they are societal and consumer needs or community needs in terms of the technology translation and the product development, the processes development that have to serve the society to move forward with the economic growth and the job growth to make the society live better and prosper. AI is one of those areas. We all are living in data-driven world. So much of data out over there. And therefore, whenever we use the data is transformed first into information, information is transformed into knowledge, and knowledge is transformed into the processes, or whatever we do, we use them. And it is very important that when you go into that particular process, when you have trillions of the bytes of the data, how do you deal with that? That's where. But it is very, very important to make sure that we don't distract ourselves without looking into the integrity of the data, without looking into the biases into that data, so that we don't use the machine learning tools in a way to mislead us. And that's where we distinguish the integrity of the information from misinformation or disinformation to the information that drive our future growth, right? Now you combine 1 and 2 together, women. No society can be built stronger without active leadership and participation of women. We know that we have evolved, and some people will have some skepticism of women in STEM and other things over there, but this is the way that we have evolved. And without going into that particular philosophy, I just wanted to make sure that we understand that the recent evolution has shown and proven that women in every aspect of our societal growth and societal evolution has taken the leadership, and they, in most of them, they have outperformed everyone. So it is the opportunity, and we don't go too far, look in this particular room, look our trustee sitting over here, Alyssa Charter, who has been successful woman, successful leader in the community, bring transformational changes. So that's why this intersection of this particular conference is totally exciting, totally visionary, that women in AI designing the future of the society. So I thank you for sharing that vision. I thank you for being here, and I know that you will have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost Dewan. Let's give it up for him again. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please join me in acknowledging and congratulating the Murray Center for Women in Technology for putting on what will be a phenomenal experience today. Please, let's give it up for them. I want to particularly highlight our director, Dr. Nancy Steffen-Fleur, for her leadership and vision to make today a reality, and the other staff, Cassandra Perez, and also Mary Fran Sears. And please, if you see them around today, give them their flowers and congratulate them for a job well done. In addition, I want to highlight and thank the student staff at the Murray Center for Women in Technology for their commitment and passion for being part of today's program. We have over 300 people registered for today. 300 people will be coming through this space at various points of the day to celebrate women's history and to engage in conversations that will prepare and design what the future will look like as it relates to AI. And so we are delighted to be here today. I mean, just look around this room right now. It's a beautiful space. It's a beautiful space. And this is how we celebrate Women's History Month, right? By coming together and acknowledging, validating, and affirming women, the history of women, the stories of women, and the ways in which they design our future. You know, we talk about, as the provost mentioned, just the importance of gender equity and gender inclusion. And I truly believe here at NJIT, we are an institution on the move, an institution that is elevating the voices that have oftentimes been left on the margins, like women, is elevating the stories and the experiences of those that have been left behind and not always had a seat at the table, is elevating the opportunities for women and other marginalized communities in a way that hasn't been done before. So as the inaugural Chief Diversity Officer, I am honored to be in this role to help spearhead some of these efforts. And I hope that you all are joining me and others as we continue on this particular movement. You know, just one phrase really resonates with me as I was preparing and thinking about today, and that is, she believed she could, so she did. She believed she could, so she did. The speakers that we have lined up today have a vision, have a passion, have scholarship and expertise in AI that are going to really inform us, right, on how we design our future. And hearing from these voices, hearing from these women should be a level of inspiration that you all can take back into the classroom, back into your roles, as we think innovatively on how we move NJIT forward. And so I thank everyone for being in attendance and engaging in this space. We are many journeys, but one community. And as we stay together today in this community, I encourage us to reach across the aisle, connect with people that you may not know, right? Embrace and bring in the folks that are here with us today outside of the NJIT community, because you are part of the Highlander family here today. And so really think about how we can continue to bridge those gaps and make NJIT a community for everyone. And as we get into our program, I want to be able to ground us with a land acknowledgement and a labor acknowledgement. It is so important that we give honor to those who came before us, to those who created the spaces for us to be here today. And so if you join me as I read this land and labor acknowledgement, let us be reflective, let us be mindful, and let us be inspired by those who sacrifice for us to be in this space today, this space of learning, this space of joy, and this space of community. We are joined together today on the Lenni Lenape land. We acknowledge the Lenape people as the indigenous stewards of this colonized land and hold deep gratitude for the people of this land, past and present. I invite you to use this moment to reflect on the history of genocide and forced removal of indigenous people on the land in which we occupy today, and the ongoing injustices committed against indigenous people. I also invite you to use this moment to honor and thank the original caretakers of this land and recognize our collective responsibility to confront the structural and oppressive legacy with action toward change and healing. Please join me for a moment of reflection as we give honor to our indigenous people and the Lenape people of this territory. Thank you. Continuing on, I'd like to provide us with a labor acknowledgement, one that gives honor and recognition to those who were enslaved. As we come together today, we recognize that the United States as we know it was built at the often fatal expense of forcefully enslaved Black people. We must acknowledge that much of what we know of this country today has been made possible by the labor of enslaved Africans and their descendants. We acknowledge and remember those who did not survive, those who were beaten, lynched, and those who are still suffering while fighting for their freedom. I invite you to take this moment of gratitude for their labor and sacrifice, for we are indebted to their labor and the labor of many Black and brown bodies that continue to work in the shadows for our collective benefit. Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. I think it's important to have these acknowledgments because we're here to talk about women and their successes, their stories, their history, and the ways in which they design the future. But gender is also intersectional. And so we have to consider the other identities that show up like race, like ethnicity, to ensure those stories among women are also being shared. So thank you for joining me in that moment of reflection. Now I have the true delight and pleasure to introduce to you our first speaker for this morning, Trustee Elisa A. Charters. Elisa Charters is a passionate advocate for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in the BIPOC community of women. In 2014, Elisa co-founded Latina Surge National nonprofit, an extension of her community work at several organizations for the last 25 plus years. LSN's mission is charitable and educational in advancing DEIB, its vision to achieve parity for women across government, corporate America, and higher education, and to help provide greater access for small business growth. In 2016, LSN formed a Lean In Latina Surge Circle. It has risen to be a top 50 Lean In network recognized by the Sheryl Sandberg and Dave Goldberg Family Foundation. There are currently 50,000 plus circle leaders in approximately 100 networks globally. As a nonpartisan community supporter, Elisa has been appointed to leadership positions by 3 consecutive governors in the state of New Jersey. Early in her career as a rising Latina professional, Elisa was focused on diversity goals. In 2000, she led the Port Authority Hispanic Society as president, representing Latinx employees from the total base of 8,000 employees. The Port Authority Hispanic Society team collaboration, inclusion efforts at the agency, successfully negotiating disparities with the C-suite, including the promotion of its first Latino chief of police. Elisa has a long resume of credentials, expertise, talent, passion, and commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, and elevating the voices of women, particularly women of color, in the communities in which she occupies. We here at NJIT are extremely thankful and grateful to have her leadership on the Board of Trustees, where she brings this voice into the conversations that matter, that impact decisions, policy, and the ways in which NJIT is governed. And so I'm delighted to invite Elisa Charters to the stage to provide us with our first keynote presentation. Elisa.
Thank you so much. And it's so critical to have the allyship of Tom and David and so many men in our institution that support us as women. So good morning, welcome. We have an incredibly powerful lineup of expert speakers today who will cover many perspectives on AI, social responsibility, equity, and ethics. These are women who have dedicated much of their lives to research, teaching, practical application, and even testimony. I would like to thank Dr. Nancy Steffen-Fleur for this invitation to speak today. As an alumna of NJIT, I have long admired and appreciated the dedication to women and the empowerment resources that Dr. Steffen-Fleur and her team have brought to all stakeholders across STEM, innovation, and design via the NJIT Murray Center for Women in Technology. I would also note that I'm really proud to be part of our incredible leadership team at NJIT. Much continues to evolve at our institution, driven by all who are invested in the work to achieve best-in-class status across all disciplines at our Polytechnic institution. Our rankings, discoveries, news coverage all continue to reflect this positive upward trajectory. In short, I would like to thank NJIT's Chair, Robert Cohen, our Board of Trustees, President Tech Lim, Acting Provost Atam Dwan, our new Chief Diversity Officer, Dr. David Jones, and members of the NJIT administration and faculty who support women in STEM and design across our institution. We as students, alumni, as academics, have a clear path to success at and through NJIT, which helps us to set the stage to launch our passion for emerging areas of study, including AI as a most emergent area. Our great minds are positioned to create long-term positive impact wherever we land, nationally and globally. We launched Women's History Month and International Women's Day, which focused on the theme, #EmbraceEquity. And the aim of this theme has been to get the world to talk about why equal opportunities just aren't enough. People start from different places, so true inclusion and belonging require equitable action. A focus on gender equity needs to be part of every society's DNA. And it's critical to understand the difference between equity and equality. Someone recently explained in simple terms, equality is everyone having the same pair of shoes, whereas equity is everyone having a pair of shoes that fits their individual foot. From a national perspective, I recite the United States Proclamation on Women's History Month, 2023. During Women's History Month, we celebrate the countless women who have fought tirelessly and courageously for equality, justice, and the opportunity of our nation. We also reaffirm our commitment advancing rights and opportunities for women and girls in the United States and around the world. We are mindful that we are building on the legacy of both recognized trailblazers and unsung heroines who have guided the course of American history and continue to shape our future. I would add that this U.S. proclamation made reference to a commitment to women via the CHIPS and Science Act of 2022, noting the CHIPS and Science Act will ensure the future is made in all of America and unlock opportunities in science and technology for those who have been historically left out. That includes us. To this end, nationally and globally, challenges of massive scale are the order of the day for AI, as are rapidly changing landscapes for ethicists, as are the longstanding challenges of communications and journalism, which strives to maintain objectivity as the gold standard of journalistic integrity, especially in ensuring all voices are heard with parity across society. That means our voices. Personally, I believe that developing technology is not necessarily a threat, but the intent of the use of such technology needs to be clearly explored. To maintain a check and balance system, our future requires a step away from the politicizing of issues and a move closer to objectivity, expert insights, social voices, astute public administration and regulation, and ethical judgment. I would ask, should unicorns be the only voices in AI? I think not. And we must actively use our voices as women to be heard. I just also want to, as I'm speaking about these important issues surrounding AI, I would like you to note that there's the QR code here, and this is an interactive survey with a few questions to ask you about how you feel the ethics surrounding AI, the regulations surrounding AI, the inclusion of women surrounding AI, it would be great to get your feedback. It's a really fun Mentimeter survey. It's interactive, and you will be seeing some of the anonymous responses up in word clouds on the screen. So please participate. You just need to put your phone on the QR code, and it's really self-explanatory from there. So I'm not sure if anyone reviewed the news coverage yesterday, but the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal focused on AI. I happened to read the Wall Street Journal's piece covered by a woman journalist, Deepa Sethamaran, entitled Musk, Experts Call for Pause in AI Tech Advances. To my dismay, while the reporting was covered by a woman, which was terrific to see, there were 5 renowned individuals cited, and not one was a woman. We, the collective we, must ensure our voices are heard, and I would suggest deliberate outreach by our women experts in AI to provide perspectives and do it proactively. We don't want to wait around and to be asked about our opinions. We need to be very proactive about giving our opinions. We are experts. We are the voices of reason that need to be included in these conversations. And our collective future in AI depends on it. Finally, ethics is the bond for good. And why are we here? As in, why are we really here? It's to create a better world for future generations. And right now, this means for our students. For me, the very, very, very best part about being a member and stakeholder within the NJIT community is, and this community of women in tech, is the experience with students. What an enriched experience it has been interacting with students, talking with them about their dreams, their aspirations, their motivations, and even their fears. It is the human experience to be fully embraced, and one that has given me the understanding of why our esteemed faculty love to teach, and why our administration works so hard to create access to higher education, especially for communities of generations that are socioeconomically rising up. This week was a reminder of why I've been so #NJIT proud. If you follow me on LinkedIn, you will see #NJIT proud everywhere. It was really moving to attend NJIT's Society of Women Engineers and the Graduate Students for Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity's annual event, led by 2 esteemed women student leaders, Elif Senyurt and Sumbil Yaqub. I randomly sat at an open table with 5 students, assuming they were all undergrads. And what I found was that all but one were doctoral students. And they were heavily immersed in their research. And the other person at the table was a woman working towards her master's. Even more profound was the allyship that was so evident, as at least 30% of those in attendance were men. And I have to say, I was a vice president of SWE when I was a student here at NJIT, and that was not necessarily the case. So I'm really excited to see, again, the support of men for women at this institution. I am also sponsoring a capstone project with 15 undergrad students with whom we are developing an iOS applet, encouraging fun and greater opportunities for in-person social interaction. I'm so proud of the level of respect and collaboration among the mix of students who all come from different walks of life and with their different individuality. One of the most intriguing conversations I had this week was with 4th-year architecture student at NJIT, Valeria Gomez. Valeria minors in sustainability with an interest in UX, UI design, graphic design, art, and photography. She's the current president of the newly reestablished National Organization of Minority Architects chapter at NJIT and the public relations chair for the Murray's Women Center. I'm inviting Valeria up to the podium to talk about her perspectives on AI and her experience creating a design for the event's advertising. As many of you may have seen, there were some buttons outside, or you may have seen the flyer, and there was a green hand, or there is a green hand with an architectural dimensional drawing behind it. And Valeria was the creator of that hand. And there's a lot to be discussed around that. So I welcome Valeria up here, and we're going to have a little conversation about her journey in designing it. Okay, can
Hello.
everyone hear us? Yes, okay, great. So Valeria, tell us a little bit about your journey when you were designing this and what your initial thoughts were and your initial steps and how that all evolved into the final product.
Yeah, so basically, I'm a fourth-year architecture student, and throughout architecture, and since I go to tech school, I'm not very familiar. I'm honestly not very familiar with like AI and technology. But my last semester studio, my crit introduced me to Midjourney. So it's basically a Discord chat where you write in what you write in a sentence and it'll create an image for you. So he wanted us to use that to create our concept for our architecture building. And so when I got hired for the Murray Center, this poster was the first thing that I was hired to do. So I found it very interesting that I could include AI in making this poster. So I started by using prompts. I already had like a concept and like an idea for how I wanted this like poster to look like. So it took me a few iterations, and originally like I wanted it to be like very futuristic, just like the words we saw in the Mentimeter. Like I used words like that, and this AI was able to create it. And I originally wanted it to make a bunch of like holographic faces, like female faces. Like I wanted to make just like something that would represent everybody. And one thing that I noticed from the AI was when I started to put in women, as you can see on the screen, it would always be like white women or like women with European features, like, or even if I didn't specify the gender, the AI would automatically come up with a male face. So I would have to be very specific in order to get the outcome that I wanted. But yeah, that's something that Fran and Nancy pointed out. So that's why we went with the hand. And yeah, I got that result. I wanted to be like very futuristic, holographic. Green made me think of like techie, like holographic stuff.
Well, I have to be honest because I didn't even know any of this story. And so when Dr. Stefan Fleur mentioned the design, I said, wow, you know, I just saw the design on LinkedIn. And my first thoughts, the knee-jerk reaction, thoughts, face value, seeing the design, I said, this is a women's event. Why did they choose a hand that looks like a man's hand? And I got a little bit offended about it. And it's so interesting how people react to art or to illustrations. And as I looked closer, I said, you know, wow, that hand looks a little creepy to me. It doesn't even seem like it's anatomically correct. It looks like it might even have some extra knuckles. So I'm like, what's going on here? I don't really get it, because I had no idea that it was generated via AI. So then I found out that Valeria was the designer, and we got to talk. And, tell us some of the distortions and some of the different things that you encountered by the specific words that you put in, and then what the outcomes were.
Yes, so you were actually the first person to that brought that to my attention, that it doesn't look very human. And I started to look at it and I was like, well, the iterations I made actually, none of them looked human. This was probably the most human iteration that came out of it. A lot of them had extra fingers, or they were distorted. So this was the most human hand that the AI was able to produce, which was something I didn't think about. And it does look there's extra fingerprints on the poster itself. So I think it's very interesting what AI made a hand look like, and what it conceptualized a hand as.
Speaking of fingerprints, I wonder whose fingerprints they are. I mean, they've been generated from lots of data. And so which data did they select for these fingerprints? So there's so many questions surrounding what gets generated by AI. And the more we start asking these questions, it seems like the more questions surface. And I'm really excited about today. I'm excited about your design. It really created some interesting conversation, interesting perspective as a lead-in to what we're going to hear about today from the experts. So thank you so much for your contributions to today, for your contribution as a woman and a woman in architecture and design. Really excited to be here with you today, to meet you, and to see your journey as well as an alumna to a student.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
So should I just start? Yes? Okay. Let's see the slides projected. Thank you. And I don't have a clicker. Why? The clicker is not. Okay. All right. So hello, everybody. My name is Julia Stojanovic. I am an associate professor of computer science and engineering and of data science at New York University, where I also direct the Center for Responsible AI, or NYU RAI. And today it is my pleasure to say a few words, as much as I can manage to fit into the half hour that I have been allocated, about responsible AI. What is responsible AI? The Center for Responsible AI that I direct aims to answer that question, but we of course don't think that we are smart enough to be coming up with that answer all on our own. So we do a lot of work on engaging a variety of stakeholders, engaging the public into this conversation about what we want AI to do in our society and which decisions are better left to humans. Our goal ultimately is to make it so that responsible AI is the only kind of AI. We don't want to live in a dystopian future that we seem to be entering, unfortunately, where there is responsible AI and then there is everything else, right? So let's try to find a way to kind of reconcile these threads. So now for the main topic of my conversation today. As a computer scientist, I want to start with a definition. So what is AI? It turns out that there does not currently exist a universally agreed upon definition of AI. So for the purpose of our conversation, I will propose that we think of artificial intelligence as a system in which algorithms use data and make decisions on our behalf, or help us, humans, make decisions. When discussing AI, we usually make a distinction between systems that operate according to predefined rules, such as Roomba, the smart vacuum that you see on the top left, and a chess-playing AI that you see in the middle, and those that learn rules from data, such as a self-driving car that you see on the bottom left, and an algorithmic hiring system We will talk about all of these types of systems moving forward. But the distinction between rule-based AI systems and those that learn is certainly not strict. I don't have another hand.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. In fact, as you know very well, most modern AI systems combine rules that are specified at design time with some form of learning. So let's first look at Roomba, the smart vacuum. It's great at vacuuming the floor on its own, autonomously. And it's one of the first victories of classical rule-based AI. I learned about systems of this kind when I studied computer science back in the mid-90s. The decisions a Roomba makes are what's a good strategy to clean an entire room that it may not have seen before, how should it map out the room, and what is its next productive move? Should it go left, go right, or turn around? Another example of a highly successful AI is IBM's Deep Blue that beat Garry Kasparov, the legendary chess grandmaster, at his own game in 1997. Several systems followed, including AlphaZero, that taught itself chess. This success at chess and at learning a game starting from basic rules is one of the holy grails of AI. The decisions in chess are much more complex than those that Roomba makes, but they are similar in that they are strategic. What's a good overall strategy to take? What's a meaningful next move? And how do I adjust the strategy in response to the decisions of an opponent? But now enter another application of AI, its use in hiring. The decisions that we are asking an AI to make here are very different from those made by Roomba and by Deep Blue. We are asking it to predict who will do well on the job and who will not do well. And the big question is, can an AI succeed at this task that amounts to predicting social outcomes? How do we know whether it has succeeded? How do we measure success? And do we even want an AI to be making such predictions? Do we consider this to be ethical? And I was always told that at the beginning of my talk, I should give a punchline because people drift off, right, when the talks are long. So I'll give you my punchline now, and then I will elaborate on it for the remainder of the time. And to support me in delivering this punchline, I will invoke a quote from a book that was written by two men, Serge Abitboul and Gilles Dovec, who are amazing advocates and supporters of women's rights and women's place in computer science, among other topics. The book is called The Age of Algorithms, and I'm going to quote from this book. Algorithms are probably the most sophisticated tools that people have had at their disposal since the beginnings of human history. They have transformed science, industry, and society. They upset the concepts of work, property, government, private life, even humanity. Going easily from one extreme to the other, we rejoice that they make life easier for us, but fear that they will enslave us, as relevant as ever, right? And now, slightly paraphrasing from the book, creations of the human spirit, algorithms, and AI are what we make them. And they will be what we want them to be. It's up to us to choose the world we want to live in. So let me now elaborate on this punchline. And to start, I, of course, am going to tell you about how wonderful and great AI is or can be. There is certainly no question about the positive impact that AI has in our lives. And that, again, these are some examples that I gave already, or most of the examples that I gave. We have AI-powered vacuums. We know that they work because they leave the room clean. We have AI-powered game systems. We know that they work because they beat the best human players, like Garry Kasparov. And we also have all manner of smart home devices. I'm showing a smart light here at the top left. We know that they work because they lower the energy bill and save us the trouble to get up from the couch and turn off the light. And of course, these systems are not easy to make. But at this point, we know how to make them. And importantly, we know how to evaluate them, how to check whether they work. In other words, these systems are responding to a particular need for improvement. they are technically ready in terms of data, software, and hardware. We are ready to make these systems, and we can validate whether they work. And these, to me, are some of the hallmarks of what I'm referring to as responsible AI. Here's another example. This is from medical imaging, where, like in many other scientific domains, AI is all the rage. Cutting-edge AI tools are starting to be used in clinical practice to improve medical diagnosis and prognosis capabilities. As one example, a recent study done by a team of researchers from the NYU School of Medicine and Facebook AI showed that rapid MRI scans generated with AI, they're called fast MRI, are diagnostically interchangeable, just as good for diagnosis with traditional MRI. These scans, importantly, require 4 times less data than traditional MRI does, and they make scanning 10 times faster, which can make the difference between getting an MRI and not getting one for a claustrophobic patient, and can increase throughput in locations where MRI machines are in short supply. In other words, fast MRI can reduce costs and expand access to medical imaging. This technology can save lives. And here, of course, there are going to be cases where predictions made on these images, synthetic or semi-synthetic images, fail. So to put them into safe use, we must have another factor that contributes to their successful and responsible use, and that is decision maker readiness. A clinician is assisted by an AI, but they understand that they are ultimately responsible for the diagnosis and the treatment. And they know when to trust AI predictions and when to challenge them. And as another example along similar lines that I like very much, we are seeing tremendous breakthroughs in automatic diagnosis of lung and breast cancers specifically, where AI is performing at least comparably with the best human pathologist, but human AI teams outperform both humans alone and AI alone. So now let's get back to hiring, and this is one of my favorite domains, as you probably already realized or will soon realize. Having seen these successful examples, we may be tempted to try using AI to solve other pressing societal problems. So let's take hiring as an example here. Humans are notoriously bad at hiring, and I'm highlighting the persistent problem of bias in hiring here, which exhibited itself already in the analog era. In their well-known 2004 study, Marianne Bertrand and Sendil Mulainathan sent fictitious resumes to help-wanted ads in Boston and Chicago newspapers. To manipulate perceived gender and race, they randomly assigned African-American or white-sounding names and names that are associated with men and with women to resumes. And they documented that resumes where the name sounded male and white received 50% more callbacks for interviews on the very same resumes. Now the question is, and the jury is still out on this, is whether AI can help us address this problem. And here we are getting to the portion where AI is not so great, right? It was great up to now, but now we're going to see examples where it really isn't. So indeed, people have tried to use AI to improve bias in or to mitigate, rather, bias in hiring, but results are not so great so far. And I'm giving here a very well-known example of Amazon's AI-based resume screener that was developed with the stated goal of increasing workforce diversity, but in fact did the opposite thing. The system taught itself that male candidates were preferable to female candidates. It penalized resumes that included the word women's, as in women's chess club captain, and it downgraded graduates of 2 all-women's colleges. And interestingly, despite the essentially unlimited data, unlimited compute, and unlimited human resources at Amazon's technical divisions, the company was not able to fix the problem of gender bias in the workforce by means of a purely technical intervention. As another example that makes us worried about the impact specifically of personalized ad delivery in hiring, I'm going to highlight a study that also received a lot of press coverage back in 2015 when it was published. This is the Fisher study out of Carnegie Mellon University. And the authors ran an experiment in which they created two sets of synthetic profiles of web users who were the same in every respect, with the exception of their stated gender, male versus female. Gender was binary in their experiment. And in one of these experiments, researchers simulated an interest in jobs in both of these groups and showed that Google displayed ads for a career coaching service for high-paying executive jobs far more frequently to the male group compared to the female group. So far we've seen examples of not so great uses of AI. Now we're going into the outright awful category. And this is the case of racism in ad delivery. This example was surfaced by Latanya Sweeney, who is a computer science professor at Harvard and is African American, as you can guess by her name. And this is significant here. She conducted this experiment in 2012 and 2013. And the experiment showed evidence of racism in Google's online ad delivery system. She wanted to look up something about herself when speaking to a reporter, the story goes, Googled her name, and saw an ad that was asking her whether she wants to see her own, Latanya Sweeney's, criminal history. Latanya knows that she doesn't have a criminal history, and she had a hunch. She thought that it's because her name sounded African-American, Latanya, that this ad was shown to her. And then she designed a large-scale study where she collected names of actual people who exist in the world. Some of them had a criminal record, others didn't. Some of them had racially identifying names, names that are given more frequently specifically to African-American children in the US, and some had racially unidentifying names. And she showed that ads that are indicative of a criminal record are in fact shown significantly, very significantly more frequently to individuals whose name sounds African American, even if you control for whether they have a criminal history. And this is very problematic across the board, but in particular in hiring, because somebody may be doing an informal background check on a person before inviting them to a job interview or making them an offer. And if they see an incriminating ad like this, they will just move to the next candidate down the line. So now from outright awful to nonsensical, which is also awful. This is a final example that I'm giving that's based on my own work together with a large interdisciplinary collaborative team. We looked at AI-assisted personality prediction in hiring. We bought subscriptions to two tools, Humantic AI and Crystal, that claim to be able to tell how dominant, steady, agreeable, neurotic, etc. somebody is based on their resume or their LinkedIn profile or their Twitter feed. And rather than directly contesting whether personality is a valid construct, we instead audited the assumptions that are made by the vendors of the tools themselves, namely that the tool will provide the same or a very similar personality profile if the input, for example, a resume, changes only slightly and in ways that should clearly just not impact the prediction. And we found this not to be the case. For example, a person may be considered more or less dominant and more or less steady if their resume is submitted in a different file format, PDF versus raw text, with the very same content. So let's try to make sense of this, and especially of the negative examples, where things have gone wrong for a number of reasons, from mistakes to morally questionable use of AI to outright nonsense. So let's look at these mistakes. Machines do make mistakes, right? Because we're asking them to predict the future. And the future is impossible to predict in many cases, and at the very least, very difficult to predict. For an example here, a customer service AI at your favorite online shoe store may misunderstand your order, and the wrong pair of shoes will be shipped to you. And annoying as this may be, the consequences of such a mistake are not severe, and they are reversible. You return the shoes, you get your money back. Now, let's return to another sort of easy example, and this is our smart light. It too can make mistakes. It may incorrectly guess whether the light should be on or off. Turning on the light in the middle of the night will wake you up. and leaving it on systematically will leave you to foot a higher than necessary energy bill. Mistakes can also be cumulative, and harms from these mistakes can be cumulative. And for this, I will once again invoke the use of AI in hiring. These tools are used throughout the hiring funnel or the hiring pipeline that I'm depicting on the right of the slide, from candidate sourcing to resume screening to interview analysis, etc., etc. And to be clear, AI sometimes can be helpful and even necessary in this space. For example, it can be helpful to quickly screen a large number of candidate resumes and evaluate them against unambiguously specified job qualifications. But for one such reasonable case, there are dozens of others where AI systems amplify bias with respect to gender and race and age and disability status, or where they act in ways that are simply arbitrary, as I already mentioned, delivering a self-fulfilling prophecy rather than valuable insight. And when hiring AIs make mistakes, especially when such mistakes are systematic, consequences are felt by individuals, population groups, and society at large. So this is death by 1,000 cuts. Further, there are cases where mistakes can lead to catastrophic, irreversible harms, even to the loss of human life. And the most striking of these, pardon the pun, is an example when an autonomous car crosses an intersection and it does not recognize a person on a bicycle or a pedestrian in a wheelchair as a type of an object that it expects to see on the road. And then it may miscalculate its trajectory, continue on its path, and run over the person. So let's dwell on this last example a bit. We all know that human drivers also cause mistakes, cause accidents rather, because they make mistakes. And this is the argument that Elon Musk and others often make, right? Is that we need to actually reach a point where we would use machines instead, so as to make the overall transportation system safer. So the argument they make is, why let the perfect be the enemy of the good? Shouldn't we be prepared to suffer a few mistakes made by autonomous cars in the name of increased overall safety of our transportation system and convenience to the drivers? And in fact, can't we encode our judgments about what mistakes are more important to avoid and let an AI sort out the trade-offs? Can we equip AI with our values, is what this question amounts to. And this line of reasoning opens a can of worms that I'm depicting on the left of the slide, and it has a name. The name is algorithmic morality. Algorithmic morality is the act of attributing moral reasoning to algorithms. It's grounded in a simple and attractive doctrine of moral philosophy called utilitarianism. Utilitarianism stems from the late 18th and 19th century English philosophers and economists Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill. Bentham, depicted on this slide, famously said, "It's the greatest happiness of the greatest number that is the measure of right and wrong." And this sounds great indeed, but unfortunately things are not as simple. So to start, how do we measure happiness or unhappiness? And how do we then encode these measurements into a set of objectives that an algorithm can understand? There rarely exists a mathematical formula or a logical statement that captures the balance between the benefits and the harms. In other words, there simply isn't a formula for right or wrong. And there isn't a formula for values, or for how values emerge and change in complex social situations. Another reason why algorithmic morality is problematic is that when a mistaken judgment is made about what is right or wrong, then, as we already know, mistakes will be made because the world is complex, uncertain, and perhaps even unpredictable, then algorithmic morality would require the algorithm itself to take responsibility for the mistake. But holding an algorithm responsible makes no sense. An algorithm does not possess consciousness or free will, no matter what you might hear in the press from various futuristic organizations. It does not make an intentional choice that leads to a mistake, and so it cannot be held accountable. And here I'm going to take a leap and assert that to build AI systems responsibly, we must think about what values are baked into these systems, who benefits when the systems work well and who is harmed by their mistakes. And we must collectively take responsibility for deciding on the balance between the benefits and the harms, so that the greatest happiness that Jeremy Bentham promises to the greatest number of people is also enjoyed by the greatest diversity of stakeholders. This work of collectively understanding and negotiating the trade-offs is what roots the design of technology in people. We are AI. So let me now ask how much time I actually have. Is it 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Yeah, okay, great. So let's, let's get back to hiring. All right. So I already showed you this, oh, sorry, I'm not. Back to hiring, right. I already showed you this picture of the hiring funnel that you see here. It's actually an adaptation of the funnel that was first shown by Miranda Bogan and Aaron Rike in their 2018 report called Help Wanted. They described the hiring process as a sequence rather, of data-driven algorithm-assisted steps in which a series of decisions culminates in job offers to some candidates and rejections to others. I will not dwell on the steps in the funnel, but I will just say that there are multiple reasons why we find automation to be attractive in this process. And now, whom do I mean when I say we? Well, first of all, the promise to employers, large and small, is that they will be able to hire more efficiently, source and screen candidates faster and with less paperwork, and select candidates who are likely to do well on the job. These tools are also meant to improve efficiency for us job seekers, helping us apply to many positions with a click of a button and matching us with relevant positions and facilitating the interview process. And we also, of course, hear this argument that these tools can help us address and improve workforce diversity. We are going to question that statement in just a moment. But all in all, these tools are their use is extremely widespread in hiring, and there is a push now to regulate the use of automated decision systems, or AI, in the hiring pipeline. And in particular, I want to bring to your attention a law that came into effect, or will come into effect in April, rather, in New York City, Local Law 144. It was passed in December 2021. It's the first such regulation in the United States that pertains to the use of AI in hiring and employment. And this law prohibits the sale of such tools if they were not the subject of an audit for bias. This is point one. And it also requires employers to disclose to candidates when such tools were used to assess them, and also to disclose what job qualifications or characteristics are used in the screening. And importantly, this disclosure has to happen before they apply, so that they can decide whether or not they even want to apply for a position that would screen them in a particular way, and also that they can request alternative screening procedures. Now, before diving into this question about bias and disclosure, and I'll talk about bias for a few minutes in particular, I'd like to get back to this question of whether the tools actually work. And this is not something that the bill addresses, the New York City bill addresses explicitly. And frankly, to me, this is disappointing. So the question is, are these tools picking up useful signal from the data, or are they an elaborate coin flip at best? And the person I have flipping coins here is Popper, the philosopher of science, right, who talks about falsifiability. So I told you already briefly, and maybe in the interest of time I will skip this, that we did a study of personality prediction in hiring. And here we collected a bunch of resumes from potential job seekers through an IRB-approved study at New York University. We got subscriptions to a couple of tools. We ran resumes through the tools. We saw what they produce. Then we changed the resumes slightly in ways that shouldn't matter. We checked whether the output changes, and indeed it does change. And this work is published. There are references here. I'm happy to share my slides, and please take a look. But it really was just striking to all of us, and this was done by me together with a large collaborative team of a social scientist, an industrial organizational psychologist, several data scientists, and an investigative journalist. This is what it takes. And it took us 1.5 years to do this study. And yet these tools are used already. They are bought and sold, and they proliferate very broadly in the market. What we found is that they essentially don't work. And I'm going to invoke the scientific term bullshit here to refer to these terms, right? So they produce results that make no sense whatsoever, right, on the same resume, and they counter their own claims. So I'm not going to dwell on this. I'm happy to, to speak about this during the break, because as you can see, I really am just flabbergasted, frankly, by what we found. All right, so let's get back to bias now, right? This is something that the New York City law speaks about, and we all are very interested in bias in general in AI and bias in hiring. So there have, of course, been examples that were surfaced in the press and continue to be surfaced about this system exhibiting bias against different groups, gender groups, racial groups, individuals with disabilities. So let's think about bias a little bit more systematically here with a kind of a technical perspective, right? So for this, I like to invoke a very simple taxonomy that was proposed by Batya Friedman and Helen Nistenbaum in their 1996 article, so many years ago now, called Bias in Computer Systems. And it's truly a classic, right? So in this article, Batya and Helen speak of bias along kind of three dimensions. One of them is pre-existing, the other is technical, and the third is emergent. And this is represented here with this three-headed bias dragon that we're going to try to fight. Pre-existing bias is independent of an algorithm and has its origins in society. Technical bias is introduced or exacerbated, made worse, by the operation of a technical system. Finally, emergent bias arises in the context of use, and it may be present if a system is designed with different users in mind, or when societal concepts change over time. So let's talk about pre-existing bias, and maybe I will wrap at that point because I'm out of time. So when thinking about this kind of bias, I like to use the following metaphor. Data is an image of the world. It's mere reflection. When we think about bias in the data, societal bias, pre-existing bias, we interrogate this reflection. One interpretation of bias in the data is that the reflection is distorted. We may systematically oversample or undersample particular parts of the world, or otherwise distort the readings. Another interpretation of bias in the data, though, is that even if we were able to reflect the world perfectly in the data, it would still be a reflection of the world such as it is today, and not of a world that could or should be. And now, a couple of points based on this. First, it's important to keep in mind that a reflection cannot know whether it's distorted. That is, data alone cannot tell us whether it's a perfect image of a distorted world, a distorted image of a perfect world, or if these distortions compound. The assumed or externally verified nature of the distortions has to be explicitly stated by people and used as input to technical interventions. The second point is that it's not up to data or algorithms, but rather up to people, individuals, groups, and society at large to come to consensus about whether the world is how it should be, or if it needs to be improved, and if so, how we should go about improving it. This once again limits what we can expect of purely technical solutions. A couple of examples of pre-existing bias are shown on this slide. On the right, we see evidence of underrepresentation of women in the workforce at the platforms Amazon, Facebook, Apple, Google, and Microsoft, overall and in technical roles. Men are shown in blue and women are shown in red here, and this is a binary gender representation. On the left, we see evidence of tests being miscalibrated or of differences in access to educational opportunity exhibiting themselves in SAT test results. And here we see that the score distributions on the math SAT differ widely by ethnicity and race. And we see only what the data tells us, not the actual reasons for these disparities. So my final point here is that changing the reflection does not necessarily change the world. If the reflection itself, the data, is used to make important decisions, for example, whom to hire or what salary to offer to an individual being hired, then compensating for the distortions at that decision point is worthwhile. But the mirror metaphor only takes us so far. We usually have to work much harder to reflect these changes back in the world. not merely brush up the reflection. So let me fast forward to the very last slide here. There's a bit more here, nutritional labels. And to sum up, I'm just gonna say that we need to keep our heads as humans when we think about what we allow AI to do and to adjudicate for us. It's still our world, and we need to have a very nuanced conversation about this. And saying let's be nuanced doesn't make for a good campaign slogan or a slogan to rally behind, right? But this is really what we must do. We cannot fall into one of these harmful traps of techno-optimism, machines will do everything for us, and techno-bashing, machines are useful, let's throw them out, right? The truth is somewhere in between, so we need to negotiate this. And I also want to show that we have been making comic books. So this is the English language version of a We Are AI comic book series, and there's also a Spanish language version. They are available on our website. I also have some physical copies. And thank you very much. And sorry, I must add, the wonderful graphics are by my collaborator and current PhD student, Fala Arifkan.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? That was wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Stoyanovich. That was fantastic. All right, let's see my slides if we can. So I'm Patricia Ordonez. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Information Systems at UMBC. I also have a PhD in computer science from UMBC. And so I'm the first actual woman to return to UMBC. One of the things that I love about UMBC is that it has actually social justice as part of the mission. And as a result of that, I'm able to do the research that I'm about to share with you. But my actual trained research was in clinical informatics. I was doing clinical informatics back 10 years ago before even data science was a term. And I had to fight to say, hey, this is really something that we have to do. We have to combine computer science with medicine. And now UMBC has data science, both in information systems and computer science departments. So I just want to point out to you that if sometimes you have an idea that everybody thinks is radical, go for it anyway, because if you think it's important to convince people, and eventually it actually made it possible to come back. Right? So I'll start with that. All right, so let me see if this, yes, good. So I'm going to talk to you about equity enabling research to tackle the digital divide. I would use that microphone if you have that. I don't like being stuck behind here, but if not, it's okay. All right, to tackle the digital divide and homelessness. Homelessness is a crisis that I see on the horizon. So many things are happening. And in terms of, there's a, public housing has a $26 billion deficit. Thank you. Are we there? Can you hear me? Are we on? Hello? Hello? Is it working? Ooh, yeah, it is. Okay. And it's a problem that we're not really trying to tackle with AI. And I'm actually not doing it with AI, but I'm doing it with AI, with education, with computer science education and stuff like that, with the goal of getting more diversity in AI. Because I think AI does have the potential to do much, much good, but we have to really focus on those problems. So this is what I call the digital divide. Right? You have a lot of people in one category that are doing really well, and then there's a whole bunch of people left out from that category. So And then I think something we don't talk about again is a second digital divide. That is where you have people that are, they've been educated, but they really don't know computer science. And these, I'm talking about friends of mine who have PhDs in, say, theology or, music or things like that. And they don't know, or they have an anxiety about filling out forms. And it's keeping them out of getting better jobs. It's keeping them out of, helping their kids in school. And so I see this particularly attacking women. And then the other thing that I see that is happening is people that are homeless obviously have no way of knowing about this. And some of them have phones, like they are even given phones, but they're used just to survive instead of to strive. And the mobile phone actually has a lot of potential to be an instructional device if we make it that way. And this is the other thing that I was telling you, that homelessness I see as a huge problem that we need to tackle, and we need to tackle it before it becomes a problem. My background is Colombian, and I'm telling you that because when I went to Colombia for the first time, I grew up in a part of the US, Columbia, Maryland, where we had a lot of integration. It was one of the first integrated cities with an emphasis on trying to get people from mixed incomes. But we didn't have public housing then, right? It wasn't, at least in Colombia, that wasn't something that we addressed. And so it was really a bubble, right? It was a bubble of diversity. It was wonderful. Then I went to school in Baltimore, and it was just a whole other thing, right? The racial disparities. You go into one neighborhood, and I remember getting gas, and someone says, "Oh, you come from the country." And it was that big. It was like there were just neighborhoods people of different colors didn't go into. And so tackling this problem, I think, is something that's critical, because when I went to Colombia, it was the first time I ever saw people homeless, right? I had never seen that. I started, even back then in Baltimore, it wasn't that big. And now what I see more and more homeless. And what happened in Colombia back then, there were children that were homeless. And there were children who were homeless who basically left families that were very dysfunctional and started living in sewers. So I've seen like really bad homelessness and what it can do. And I saw it happening when there was a time where there's huge disparity in income. And guess where where that's happening now? It's happening here. And we really need to tackle that disparity, because if we don't, it's gonna get ugly. And so I see a hidden opportunity also here. And so the hidden opportunity is that there's this public and assisted housing transformation. Even though they're getting rid of public housing, not getting rid of it, but they're basically transforming all public housing. They're knocking it down because they're not doing maintenance on it anymore. And they're basically switching it to mixed income. And so they're putting Section 8 and public housing, and then they're adding, more affordable income. And so the affordable housing. And so this is the thing that I see could be an opportunity, because basically when I looked at the statistics, heads of household with children, 91% of them are women. So these are single women with children, and typically more than one, more than two, right? What are we going to do if those children, if those mothers do not have a chance to get out of public housing? And especially if, like, they're going to be required to submit forms, and they're going to be required to do everything electronically, and they don't know how to do that. It's one thing if you can't get a job and you're already comfortable, but what if you're already struggling to make ends meet? What's it going to mean for those children? What's it going to mean for those mothers? So great news is that they've already done a lot of transformations. There's $15 billion that has already been inverted into making these transformations. But again, there's no plan on how to get people out of poverty. And if we get people out of poverty, guess what? We have more space for people who are homeless. So why not, when we make these transformations, right now there's a call for tech hubs. Alyssa mentioned, you know, that whole chips, and they're actually creating, and chips, and there's a part of it with chips that is, there's a recompete component to that. So what if with the recompete, we start making tech hubs in these communities that actually can train people to get a better job, to understand AI to the point that Dr. Stojanovic, I am so bad with names. Okay, did I get it? Okay. But to the point of what she's doing, that they understand the hiring processes so they understand AI so they don't get caught up and get left out of these hiring practices, right? So this is what I call equity enabling research. It was something that I also worked for 10 years in Puerto Rico in the Department of Computer Science as a professor and an associate professor. And what I saw there was just remarkable. Like, just, first of all, we do have to go to more electronic because the bureaucracy is just killing people. So we do have to get more technical to make things more efficient. But it can be a barrier. It really can be a barrier for a lot of people. So what I want to call this is equity enabling research is something, any research that gives people a fighting chance at having a career in AI, right? Especially women of color, women living in poverty, elderly women, and women with disabilities. And why do I focus on that? Because if we get that population, everybody else will also benefit. If we target that population, let me say that again, everyone else will benefit. So let's go with that. We've got to give women and single mothers a fighting chance. So what do I want to do? Community computing learning centers, right? To provide digital and tech training to women heads of households in public housing and empower them to create a computational learning ecosystems that reduce educational, health, and financial disparities. Basically, make them create a tech hub that will help them and will help their children get into computing and possibly then have careers in AI. AI is going to be the future. Like, it's already here, being extremely influential. And if we don't understand how it works, first of all, our nation will be less competitive. But second of all, there's a huge disaster coming, right? There's going to be even greater disparity, and we are going to start having homeless children. So we need to address this. So what do these do in the what and the whys? We want to bridge the digital divide for women, women of color, and women with disabilities, because by doing that, if we create a curriculum for these women, the most marginalized women in our society, then we have a curriculum for everyone. And the thing is that, you know, in my career, I also have worked a lot in public housing. I worked for my first job. I'll tell you, I didn't start. They wanted me to tell you my story because I have an incredible story. But I wanted to tell you this first. But my story was working at one point about public housing, with public housing. And everywhere I went, whether it was a white community, whether it was an African-American community or a Latino community, everywhere I went, there was a culture of staying in public housing because they're smart. Like, it's resourceful in a sense, right? It's like, hey, I was able to do this. Let me show you how to do this. So it creates this culture. But it's not that they're not able to be more. It's that there's nothing in place to help them be more, right? They focus on their children so much. Their children get out, but then there's this huge divide because their children can no longer go back to the community they came from because it's not improving, right? And I saw this a lot in Puerto Rico. We had, like, in Puerto Rico, one of the things that made me stay, most of my students in the Introduction to Computer Science class did not know what computer science was. They thought, and this is 2012 when I went back, they thought it was fixing computers. Or many of them came because it was the easiest discipline to get into the top university. There were only 25 students that came every year. If you can imagine that, when computer science is booming, there were only 25 students that came every year. And a lot of them came in so that they could switch to biology and become doctors. So that's what happens because if you're in a community that's not connected, what happens is that you try to get out, and the way to get out are the traditional fields. So we have to get to these marginalized communities, right? The other thing that we need is we have to fill this void. We have a huge void in the technical workforce, and especially research. I teach now in research. I'm a researcher more than I am a teaching faculty, where in Puerto Rico it was 50-50, now it's more research. Almost all my students are international. So we really have to get people prepared for research. So what is the how? The how is actually focusing on building self-efficacy. So I have this line right across here. You see, I'm a professor, so I do these little things. You see this line right here? This is what people are typically focusing on. Let's teach them how to type, teach them about digital literacy, and let's teach them about financial literacy. But they don't typically talk about how to build self-efficacy, or even focus much on the social science about computer science and all the things that they might face, like imposter syndrome, stereotype threat, the Dunning-Kruger effect. These are all things I wish I had known as a Latina going into computer science. And then one thing that we as professors don't get teach as much about pedagogy, how to teach, and how to teach different and diverse populations. So why don't we include that in here, and we create new teachers? And this is also for teachers, in high school. And we're needing more teachers at the elementary school level. So what if we tried to prepare them to be teachers and talk to them about what is inclusive excellence? And inclusive excellence is a big term in UMBC, which has basically been a way to get the cream of the crop, actually. But it's open to everybody. The good thing about inclusive excellence is you get the cream of the crop, but you train everybody, right? So making it open, it's not just scholarships, but having those same things that you teach to that elite group, you make it available to everyone. And once they have that, then they're ready to go on. They're ready to start learning about web technologies, right? But not just the coding, because computer science and research is not just about coding. So we teach them more skills that will make them competitive in the workforce. So they have a fighting chance in the field. We teach them about how to do presentations, how to do code review, and there's just many things. And the thing about this model is that we want to get them working as soon as we can. And then they start working, and what they do feeds the community. Because the other thing you start to happen when you're a Latina in computing, you feel so isolated from your community. So if we create this tech hub locally, right? And you keep it in the community, I can be going to school, but I can come back to this community, and then I can become a mentor for that community. So I'm not separated from them all the time. Yes, I go to school, and I'm at this all-white institution, predominantly white, or Indian now, and Asian, but you don't see yourself, very few African Americans, right? So now, if I do these, and I make them local to these big universities, I can go and I can get paid to help build this community that looks like my community. And then they in that community can now see, oh, well, maybe my son went to this really prestigious college, or my daughter went to this really prestigious college, but I have somebody here that came from another neighborhood and is here helping my other children, right? because we need that sense of community. We really do. If there's anything that I can say about Latinos is we are very tight as a community, and leaving that community is really hard. And then not seeing anybody who looks like you is really, really hard. Anyway, so other things that we could tackle there is talk about, how to do design sprints, the fun part about creating software instead of just the coding. How to do project management, because they may become coders, but maybe that's not what they like. Maybe we teach them to be leaders. We teach them about cybersecurity and the threats of what's dangerous on the internet. Because one thing that I know for sure, I've never seen so many people calling my father as an elderly person as now. And it's scary because he has partial dementia, and I can't protect him, right? Except keep taking away the phone, but the phone is his means right now to communicate with others. So we can teach them how to make this better for them. And then also this whole idea of hackathons. Hackathons are very scary when you are not part of the tech culture, but we can make them fun. We can make them ideathons. We can make them replicathons so that they learn about data science. And these kinds of things, when you see everybody around you at the same level, it's not so intimidating and it's actually fun. And I did a lot of these in Puerto Rico to try and get communities and students into coding. I did a replicathon for biologists so that they would get to start to do computational biology. And so the idea is, as they go, they can veer off and do something else. You can actually if you're really good at typing, you can actually do data entry. If you're really good at digital literacy, you can do teaching. There's just so many things you can do at those different levels, and they can go off and do these. We basically work with the community to try and see what jobs these people can do, but they do them from the tech hub, so they feel not so lost. And maybe they go occasionally out, they always can come back to the tech hub. So the tech hub creates this sense of community. And so it becomes like this, right? We fill streams, and eventually we want it to look like this, right? Right? So it's all feeding. It's streams of opportunity, not just one path. And then that can become self-sustaining within these communities. So it's incredible, as I was trying to do this, I was like, who's gonna believe that I can take somebody who's homeless and make her like a software engineer? And remarkably, yesterday, on this newbie podcast, they interviewed somebody who did it herself. And she talks about her whole experience and how she went one by one. And she talked about how she was a single mother in a shelter and how that motivated her to get into tech, and how now she's out and she's actually working at Meta, right? She's a documentation engineer. So her skill was actually writing. She loves to code. She's a self-taught coach, but she was a documentation writer now for Meta. And what she said that really interested me, she was like, I wouldn't have been able to do it without community. And so she talked about Year Up, this particular organization, to launch your new skills and launch your career. But you see that right now, it's targeting a particular population, right? Latinos, African Americans. Below you see a little Latina, and if you go down on that page, you see a Latina at the bottom talking about her success. But it's really important, that sense of community. But the thing is, this is just, they're spreading around, and I hope to work with them. But it's not tailored for women or mothers because it doesn't have childcare. So one of the things that we want to do, so I did just write a letter to them, I hope they listen to me, about the need for doing these and making it tailored to women where you do have childcare, and we can create the childcare. So one of the things that we're doing at this pilot that we're doing, we're working with a childcare specialist in that community, and we're gonna teach her childcare people to incorporate computational thinking activities for the children, so that we tackle it not just for the mother, but for the children. And so the whole thing becomes like this tech ecosystem that feeds on itself. So I wrote a letter for the Recompete pilot program, and hopefully somebody out there is listening that can help us actually fund this. I still don't have the funding for the year-long. We got the funding for the pre-pilot, because one of the things that I know is these tech hubs have to be tailored for the communities that they're in. I have to talk to them, what will engage your children? I talk to the mothers and I say, what will engage your children? What will engage your community to become part of this tech community? And by the way, you know how this idea came? Because I was at Boston, and they do sailing. They have a sailing community center where it's all volunteer run, except for a few positions. And it's just everybody teaching everybody to sail. And I thought, you know, if you can do that with sailing, we should be able to do that with children. And why is sailing so important? Because sailing means you have to learn how to swim, right? And swimming pools have not been accessible to African Americans since the Jim Crow years, right? Basically, they've only been accessible since before that they were not. And I say that because there are all these myths that go around swimming, especially within African American communities. I've had African Americans tell me that, no, we're not made to swim. And maybe this is not the newer generation, I hope this not, but my generation, they used to say, no, we don't have it. We genetically can't. We don't have enough fat. We can't float, right? That's a myth. And I say this to you because the same myth exists about women in computing. It is completely a myth. And I tell you this because I teach women and men, and honestly, it doesn't take that much to code. It's not that you have to be a math scientist. It's not that you have to be a genius. It just takes discipline. It's like learning a new language, a language to communicate with a computer. And so, what sets these community computing learning centers apart? The idea is that we train women to hire them or help women find a job. We create an environment where women can learn, teach, mentor, or work with their children so children are welcome. We empower not only women, but their children too, through childcare that is actually infused with computing and computational thinking. We incorporate real-world problems that the women want to solve in their communities into the classroom, so it is culturally relevant and important to them. And this is where the data science comes in. So data science is one of the things we want to lead to. So if health is one of the things that they want to solve, then we start getting into health, right? This has so much potential if we can get this to grow. We want women to reach their highest potential at the pace that suits their needs. So we're not going to force them to go through this pipeline and finish this in 2 years. Honestly, I think it would take 5 to 10 years for some people. But the point is that they get there. And then we help our leaders create culturally inclusive environments and culturally relevant solutions. So the leaders eventually will leave, and they're constantly training new leaders, and we're constantly fixing problems for the community. We also provide childcare. We have talked about that. That prepares children for being successful in a digital economy. And the biggest thing that I think is that if our students, like most of the students that I know that are in computer science, if they're in a scholarship program, they succeed. But if they're just trying to come, basically they switch. Well, the men tend to drop out and get jobs with the little skills that they have, and the women switch to liberal arts. So by doing this, they see more purpose in helping this community, and it motivates them more to stay, and they have community where they are stars, not the ones staying behind, always catching up, which is what you feel like when you're in college. So this is our page where we're starting. This is the beginning of it, and I show you this because if you want to give us some some feedback. At the very bottom, there's actually a place where you could give us feedback about ideas about the community centers. And the idea is that we call it B2G, and we say be bold to grow. The idea of these centers is we want to increase your ability and confidence in technology to create a path towards financial independence. And eventually, like, this is just the beginning, right? But I want it to be even more. We want this to be a path to finding solutions in your family, in your communities, get your family into, college. So I can even imagine kids learning at the same pace as their parents, and then they do a certification problem, the parent gets a job, and the child goes off to college, right? We can really lift entire neighborhoods by doing this. So the other thing is that the CLCs also create these ecosystems in marginalized communities that include universities. We have to work with nonprofits, for-profits, and government agencies and community leaders as partners to lift our nation by creating these streams of opportunities in computing and AI to address these complex problems in our society, such as homelessness. So now I will tell you, so this is the thing about my path. These tech centers are actually being modeled after my path a bit. So I actually, I was very privileged. Like I said, I lived in this utopia of, of race mixtures, and it's a very nice middle-class community. It was voted like last year #2 in the nation for small towns. And then I got into, Johns Hopkins University. My family obviously wanted me to be a doctor because that's what most immigrants' children want. And then I got there and I actually took in high school, I went to a really good high school because I was very, very good in math. And so my parents drove me 45 minutes to Baltimore and my father worked in Baltimore and would drop me off, and then we went at a special pace. By the time I had finished Calculus 2. I don't tell you that to brag. I tell you that because I'm going to tell you, I can't tell you how many people when I work in computer science think, oh, well, once your math skills are better, maybe you can do some, work with us. Or general, people who don't even know me, just by looking at me, assume that. And to me, it was just shocking that, all my growing up, right, it was always like, oh, you're so good at math, you're so good at math. But now I have a woman's body, and it's assumed that I'm not good in math, right? So I tell you that because those things are called microaggressions. It's bias that people have, and you just can't let that define you. You have to remember that, whatever your strengths are, you have to remember those strengths and focus on the strengths. Anyway, so I went into Johns Hopkins, and I actually took a class. The first one called it was the introduction to microcomputers, mini computers it was at that time, because personal computer had not even come out yet, right? So this was radical. And I asked a question, and the professor actually said, well, you should know that by now. And that comment made me change direction completely. It made me switch back into math, because back then I was doing electrical engineering. But the really interesting part is that I was interviewed by, I was featured in an NPR article as a result of that. I got interviewed at Grace Hopper, and I was featured there because that's when the whole drop started happening in terms of women in computer science. And if you go to that episode, it's episode 576. I have it right there. These are interviews. I'm not going to talk a lot about my path. I'll just show you that I have all these big names here. I never thought I could get those big names, ever. I actually left in Hopkins. I switched to math and then ended up switching to Spanish because I wanted to go abroad. And so I ended up with a Bachelor of Arts in Hispanic and Italian Studies. I became a teacher for about 5 years at high school, teaching Spanish and math, and then my students got me into getting back into computer science. And when I got back into technology, so those are the first two schools, George School and Glen Oak Country School. So I taught for 7 years. And then I started teaching for a company that I didn't even put their logo because they no longer exist. It was a tech startup. And I was doing basically tech support on the phone for 5 more years. They had promised me that they would help me teach, learn technology. That was 1 class in Windows, and that's all I got. And I went into a big, like, black hole about computing, like whether I should do this. And at the same time, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the story. I had actually been dumped by the person that I thought I was going to marry, right? And he basically told me he didn't like Latino culture, right? So what did I do? I basically took a backpack and went through Latin America and started visiting all the places that I wanted to. I was like, what am I going to do with my life? And the most amazing thing, that was the year 2000. And in every town that I went to, I found a cyber cafe. And it was amazing to me. I was like, wow, the internet is everywhere. It doesn't matter how poor the town is or how remote. There was always one cyber cafe. And there were 2 things I realized. One, how lucky and how big computer science and the internet was going to be. 2, how by being white and having straight hair, I had privilege. Because not everybody was allowed to get into those cafes, right? And so when I did that, it made me realize that at some point I needed to give back. And that's what motivated me actually to go into a Latino community and understand where it is and try and give back. I went from that big hole in training, I went back, found another job at Training, etc. The model that I'm talking to you about is what I found at Training, etc. Training, etc. right here was a fantastic job. It was a training center that let me start as a secretary, basically. It was coordinator of classes. And let me take classes as I was being there. And as I took those classes, I got more. I built my self-efficacy in computing. I started to learn more about what it took. They paid for me to go to school at night. And from there, I actually was able to get into graduate school at the age of 38, right? So all of you are much younger than what I was. And start a career in computer science. From there, I got the opportunity as a PhD to work at IBM, to work with MIT. Never thought in my life I would ever do that. And then finally got a job at the UPR. At the UPR is where I started to realize I could have an impact. I had all these connections from this R1 that I could actually leverage to help my students. And so I say this to you because you guys here are in a position where you can make these impacts in your communities. And then finally, I say this, and I actually worked and did a faculty stint at Facebook. And I went into another kind of deep hole after that because I realized that there was just a lot of disparities. The hurricane came, and there's just too many disparities happening. And then I finally was able to get out and come to UMBC where I can do this research inspired on all that, realizing how many people are in marginalized communities and really need help. All right, so that's it for my path. I will tell you one of the things, these are 2 people that have really inspired what I've done. One is Sean Stephenson. He has a great TEDx talk. He worked with people who are incarcerated. And he basically said, never believe a prediction that does not empower you. He was told that he wouldn't last past the age of 8. So I just want you to see what you can do. It doesn't matter where you come from, what circumstances you were born into. There's so much you can do if you believe in yourself and you surround yourself by people who believe in you. And then the other thing is Grace Hopper. If you don't know about Grace Hopper, I hope everybody knows about Grace Hopper. Does everybody know about Grace Hopper here? All right, if you don't, she's one of the things that starts happening when you don't see women, you start thinking, well, maybe women are just not meant to do computer science and they're not meant to be in there. But actually what's happened is that a lot of the contributions that women have done are actually not recognized. And Grace Hopper was actually, you guys have all worked with compilers?
Yes, inventor of the compiler. So for me, when I found out about it, there's a whole conference called the Grace Hopper Conference in reference to her. When I first saw that, I was like, oh, maybe she did a little contribution. And the more I dig into the history of computer science, there are so many contributions. And that's it. So here we have our first pre-pilot. It starts April 11th in Annapolis. If you have any ideas from what should be done, please go to btglearningcenters.org and put that in there. And I'm done. Thank you. Or are you doing it from your laptop? Okay.
Yeah, I did. So good morning, everybody. This is Sinjuri. I am the product of New Jersey Institute of Technology. I want to start off by thanking the organizers for inviting me to speak at this event. As I was walking to the podium, I felt truly humbled and a deep sense of gratitude to remember all the predecessors who were women and made it possible for me, who is an immigrant and a woman of color, to come and stand here, stay collected, and speak my mind. I want to remember Grace Hopper, who was an American computer scientist, mathematician, and United States Navy Rear Admiral. One of the first programmer of the Harvard Mark I computer. She was a pioneer of computer programming who invented one of the first linkers, compilers. I want to start Marie Curie, who is not only my role model, but also the role model of my 7-year-old, for becoming the first ever female Nobel laureate, for winning the Nobel Prize for Physics in 1903, albeit it was shared with her husband. I want to remember Edith Clark, born in 1883, who was the first woman to be employed as an engineer in the US, a supervisor for General Electric and a college professor. Clark is perhaps best known for her invention of Clark calculator, an early version of a graphing calculator. And I would be remiss if I don't remember my own mother now, who has been a lifelong advocate of women education and women pursuing science and STEM. So I'm going to talk about what I do. And this talk might appear boring and technical, so bear with me, okay? And I will try to make it as interesting as I can. I will also try and not repeat myself, repeat others what all we have heard from Julia and Patty. So artificial intelligence is a broadly defined umbrella term and is enabled by designing machine algorithms that are often claimed to mimic the problem-solving and decision-making capabilities of the human mind. And we all know that AI is pervasive. It has various applications in today's society. It's becoming essential for today's time because it can solve complex problems with an efficient way in multiple industries. Few examples, the slide and list, such as healthcare, entertainment, finance, education, etc. AI is making, indeed, our daily life more comfortable and fast.
For example, AI in astronomy can be very useful to solve complex universe problems. AI technology can be helpful for understanding the universe, such as how it works, its origin, etc. AI in healthcare industries are applying AI to make a better and faster diagnosis. For humans, AI can help doctors with diagnosis and can inform when patients are worsening so that medical help can reach to the patient before hospitalization. AI happens in gaming. AI can be used for gaming purpose. The AI machines can play strategy games like chess, like Julia mentioned, where the machine needs to think of a large number of possible places. AI is there in social media, Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, etc., that contains billions of user profiles which need to be stored and managed in a very efficient way. AI can organize and manage massive amount of data. AI can analyze lots of data to identify the latest trends, hashtag, and the requirement of different users. I can go on and on. So for the interest of time, I'm going to move and I'm going to tell something about human AI. That's what I want to focus on. So there is a reason why human and AI are synergistic, because clearly they have unique expertise. Human are so-called very good at augmentable activities, whereas AI are good at automable activities. These are not my terms, I've stolen it from somewhere, okay? For example, human is very good at critical thinking, strategic thinking, creativity, empathy, and communication skill, and imagination. AI, on the other hand, is available 24/7. They don't need to sleep, they don't need to rest, they don't need to exercise. They are great in process automation, finding patterns from large volume of data, reduce human error when human is not available or 100%. So these are the things where human and AI can hold hand together and build a synergy that's irreplaceable otherwise. And I want to focus on that. But this is one of my takeaway. I want to note that effective human AI symbiosis does require deeper understanding of challenges and opportunities. So far, I just have spoken about the opportunities, what human does better, what AI does better. But it comes with its nugget of challenges, actually a lot of challenges that all the previous speakers have talked about in their own way. For example, one of the things that the slide is, and I want to quickly talk about some of the things that I have been doing. It's not to promote myself or my work, but I want to say that human AI optimization is acknowledged and it's recognized. And in my lab, we have been working on various set of projects which is trying to figure out what human does better versus what AI does better. For some reason, my slides are not working the way I want to work them, but let's see. Why is it not moving? I cannot. Okay. I want to pause in this slide because so far I just mentioned the glory and the happy things about human and AI. But not everything is happy and fuzzy and warm and fuzzy. Human comes with their own bias, so does AI. And in fact, the problem is that human makes AI. So all the bias that are there in human, they also get propagated in AI and more. For example, the implicit bias is a form of bias that occurs automatically and unintentionally that nevertheless affects judgment, decisions, and behaviors. Humans suffer from confirmation bias because they want to stay with their preconceived notion. Humans also suffer from anchoring bias that refers to people's tendency to give disproportionate weight to the first piece of information that they are hearing. and use that for decision making. People make up their mind way too fast. Affinity bias, which happens more often than not, is we like people who are like us. We believe in people who look like us, who have same experience, who have same expertise, and who think like us. And of course, status quo is the preference for maintaining the current situation and opposing action that may change the state of affairs. Humans suffer from lots of bias, and I just chose 5 that I think directly affect AI design. And believe it or not, we heard that human makes AI, and truly, as I defined, that AIs are algorithms and machines that are designed by human. So all the bias that human has gets propagated in AI and more. AI algorithms have sample bias that our previous speakers have mentioned. It comes from the training data that is not good representative of the whole world. Usually one population is either heavily overrepresented or underrepresented. We have seen some of this example from Julia, from Patty, and I'm not going to repeat those. AI algorithms oftentimes heavily rely on labels. And guess what? The labels are generated by human. Human are biased, hence ML labels, AI labels are biased. Aggregation bias. Many times we are thinking macro level and we are not thinking micro level. The macro level trend may look very, very different from the micro level trend. And if you design the AI algorithm with your macro vision, you are losing the micro vision. And it happens all the time. And just like human has confirmation bias, because human design AI, AI does have confirmation bias. They want to stick to their preconceived notion. And most importantly, this is one of the understudied aspects of AI is evaluation bias. Evaluation, believe it or not, it's very myopic all the time. We evaluate AI the way we would like to see the results. It turns out what we see in the AI is not really representative of the true reality. So doing a benchmarking, a rigorous evaluation is one of the things that the current AI technology can benefit from. So now my slides are helping me, so I'm going to move on. So I mentioned that effective human-AI symbiosis require deeper understanding of challenges and opportunities. I also mentioned that I have been working on this for last 6-7 years, actually, ever since I joined NJIT. I now concretely want to talk about one specific project that I feel deeply passionate about. It is designed on national security. It is currently in a deployed status. And it is a project that is deployed at a Navy Research Lab. So this project is designed for search, rescue, reconnaissance, and the framework that we develop, we call it Memorol. What Memorol does is that as part of this project, we develop an adaptive, distributed, context-aware, semi-supervised human AI team decision-making framework, of course, enabled by AI, particularly reinforcement learning for efficient asset routing. The developed solutions emulate real-world concept of operation. They call it CONOP, of a Navy asset navigator. There is substantial evidence in the literature that scenario thinking is important in human learning, and that this very human look-ahead capacity is the requirement for being able to make trade-offs between short-term and long-term consequences. And this very aspect is heavily, heavily important in national security, in search, rescue, reconnaissance. And we have to make a trade-off between long-term goal and short-term goal that is embedded in Memorol. Why my slide is not cooperating me? Okay, so there it is. So I talked about Memorol, but my slide did not advance. This is the framework that I wanted to talk about. Just going to say that Memorol is that adaptive framework that does this scenario thinking and try to make a trade-off between human sensing capability, which has a long-term and short-term consequence. And I want to run a video. I hope you can play it, the back. Can we play a video? Yes? The slide has a video. Okay. So Memorial is deployed inside Navy Research Lab Monterey. Can you increase the voice? It has a voice too. So I guess the voice is
presented
not
with multiple scenarios to choose from. I will pick scenario 2 for this demo. Upon picking the scenario, I'm directed to the global view. The global view shows the different assets, their start points, the destination, as well as the different hazards. The hazards and the assets have been color-coded for ease of sight and to also show the severity of these hazards. We can also choose to zoom in to one asset in particular. Let's pick asset 1. Upon doing so, we're directed to the local view for asset 1. Here, we see the feasible routes for asset 1, and these routes can be ranked based on weights allocated by the user. The replan option shows routes that would allow asset 1 to avoid this hazard. We can click on these routes to visualize them, as well as see the CDF. Let's go ahead and select Route 4 to avoid this hazard. Upon clicking Accept, the route will be updated. Let's go back to the global view to see how that would look like. And as you can see, Asset 1 no longer encounters the hazard that we previously saw. This concludes an end-to-end working of this decision support tool. This decision support tool would allow Navy asset operators to plan routes for multiple ships in a wide range of complex and uncertain environments. Thank you.
All right. So I want to be respectful to time, so I know that I have 5 minutes. So I want to quickly change my gear and talk about something that I'm deeply passionate about in terms of human-AI symbiosis. I want to understand what is the potential of human-AI symbiosis in the context of future of work. We know that intelligent technologies are going to be an inevitable component in the future of work. In fact, in 2022 alone, there was 38% increase in revenue that got increased by AI alone, and there exists an increase of 10% employment by AI. But that's not all of it. Human AI in the future of work also brings the threat that what's going to happen to the human? Are they going to be replaced by the machines? And this challenge is felt mostly for workers in less complex roles, which consist largely of routine tasks and typically require only primary or secondary education. So do people do care and think, will there be a job at Whole Foods or ShopRite? Or what's going to happen in Amazon Prime? Will there be all automated vehicles, which is going to take over all Prime delivery that we get benefited from? Perhaps my answer to this is yes. But that's not too bad. That's not too bad because I think the human-AI symbiosis is also give rise to an enormous opportunity for human that will benefit them otherwise. So for the next few minutes, please bear with me. I'm going to tell you a sci-fi, okay? And it's my over-optimistic vision of how I envision the human-AI will change the future of work landscape. I believe that in the future, the workplace, there will be a place where humans will be empowered with the ability to rely on AI machines in an on-demand fashion, with the ability to juggle diverse job opportunities that provide intellectual self-actualization and enhance their capabilities by continuous knowledge and skill acquisition with a variety of onboarding and training tools. I've been an advocate. Not only me, with some of my colleagues and collaborators, we have been advocate of thinking through the research challenges to enable that. And there are some activities that I have enlisted here. It's not important to read them all. I can always share the details if there is interest. But as a computer science researchers, it will be inappropriate if I also do not enlist the grand challenges to enable that vision. I do believe that there exist computing as well as non-computing challenges that require significant research convergence across disciplines to enable the true benefit of human-AI symbiosis in the future of work. I think the first grand challenge relates to capturing human capabilities, worker training, and retention. This relates to the ability to understand different types of human roles in future jobs, modeling the inherent uncertainty in human behavior by understanding the evolving characteristics and be able to propose jobs to them by adapting to their changing perception and needs. It also requires addressing the development of appropriate interaction methodologies and support for the new kind of workplace. This includes enabling social processes relating to workers, employers, and platform managers, like onboarding, socializing, recognition, and training, as well as ways to communicate and delegate work between humans and machines. The second grand challenge I perceive is to be able to design explainable decision support, which is incredibly important to aid decision makers in complex, uncertain environment. This shall unveil the true potential of human-technology partnership. As a data management and computer science researcher, I'm also keen to understand the platform ecosystem and its computational capabilities. This will investigate the design challenges of online job platforms to enable the collection, storage, retrieval, analysis, and mining of a wide variety of data across different types of technology-driven work. A fair bit of engineering will be needed to ensure the development of scalable and portable platforms and the integration of multi-stakeholder goals in efficient and effective ways. And finally, I want to echo what we have heard so far in the morning session. I believe that the future of work needs to be driven by strong ethical consideration. Ethics in the workplace is defined as a moral code that guides the behavior of employees as well as the organization with respect to what is right and wrong in regard to conduct and decision making. I believe ethical considerations, privacy, compensation mechanism, and fairness will be important research component in the design of FOI, future of work, and human-AI symbiosis. Clearly, this research requires interdisciplinarity, collaboration, and convergence among research communities and thinking them through different research lenses and understanding. I think with that, I want to say that to optimize human-AI synergy, we need to regulate broad AI principles rather than specific algorithms. We need to take bias complaints seriously, so AI does not replicate the historic injustice, unfairness, or discrimination in data or algorithms. We need to penalize malicious AI behavior and promote cybersecurity. And most importantly, this is the piece of knowledge that I would like to leave with, maintain mechanism for human oversight and control. Because guess what? The ability to adapt is and will always be a challenge for AI. And this is my takeaway. This is what I pursue every day. This is what I believe in. This is what I pursue in my research career. I believe we need to augment human with AI and bring human back to the center of human in the loop AI. I'm going to give a shout out to my crew, my lab, and my lab members. And with that, I want to say thank you. And that ends my talk.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rebecca Brown, and I am the Director of Policy with the Innocence Project. And I'm going to take just a few minutes to set the table a little bit about the criminal legal system before handing this topic over to my fabulous colleague, Sarah Chu, who is really very expert in the issues that we're talking about today. But just a little background on the Innocence Project. We were established now 30 years ago to free the staggering number of people behind bars who are factually actually innocent of the crimes for which they were convicted. And the second part of our mission is really to reform the system to prevent future miscarriages of justice. And I want to just start by showing a very short video. I do this not for fundraising purposes, but instead just to share some of the voices of our clients to really humanize this issue and bring this to you as like the people that are really, really impacted by the work that we're doing. So if we could just show that video.
You still have that letter? Can I see that? This is it. You still have it. This is like, wow, this is, wow. Mr. Sheck, I'm confident that whenever the DNA test is done, it will show my innocence and this miscarriage of justice.
You are the best of the best when it comes to DNA evidence. This is pretty much known throughout the country, and I desperately need your help.
Greetings, I'm James Harden Jr. I'm writing you this letter in sincere hope that you could be able to help me and my brother, Jonathan Barr, regain our freedom.
My name is Jonathan Barr, and I was wrongfully convicted of a murder and a rape of my friend Katrisa Matthews, and I spent almost 20 years in prison for that crime.
I spent 15 years inside of prison.
I spent 11 years and 3 months in prison.
20 years, 9 months, 5 days in prison for a crime I didn't commit.
The system failed us, tremendously. It failed us.
What happened to this female is wrong, and the real rapist has confessed to attacking her alone. They allowed the victim to be shown mugshots. All the mugshots was in black and white with the exception of my ID. She basically focused on my ID picture, and when she saw me in the lineup, within 5 minutes after being shown mugshots, she identified me as her attacker.
It was a bite mark on the victim, and the odontologist said that my teeth was the one that made this bite mark.
There was DNA evidence that excluded us from being, the donors of the semen that was found inside of Katrisa. But I guess because they had these ironclad statements from co-defendants in our case, they still proceeded. We were prosecuted and found guilty.
I gave up in prison several times. I don't know how many appeals I filed.
I had just got denied parole for the 5th time, and one of the counselors that was working there, he pulled me. He wasn't my counselor. He just pulled me to the side. He said, "Look," he said, "Marvin, there's an organization out there that may be able to help you."
I had a lot of support from the Innocent Project. They were very, very helpful. That day I heard about the DNA testing and I was excluded. I was overwhelmed with joy.
It was a great relief to be able to walk out of there a free man after 14 years. I'm able to spend time with my grandkids. I can hold them in my arms. I can take them to church, take them out to eat.
My mom was suffering from dementia and congestive heart failure. Despite of what her body was saying, her spirit was like, I can't die until my son gets out of prison. And she was able to see me completely exonerated on TV. And right after that, she died. She died at peace.
I wish my parents would have lived longer to see this, but I know in spirit they're here, and they will continue to be here for as long as I am here, and as long as my daughter is here, and if I am to have any more children, they will live through them, but I'm thankful to be home.
I can remember my first day coming home from prison. I sat up and watched the sun come up that morning, you know, and you see the sunlight every morning rise in prison, but to actually feel it, you know, as a free man outside of defenses, it was a totally different experience, you know. The whole time I'm watching it coming up, I'm saying, I'm free. You know, I'm truly free. And without this organization, a lot of men and women who are freed now would not have been freed. And I am one of those men.
So I share this video because these are just some of the faces of the wrongfully convicted in the US. And I think, you know, when we began this work, you know, no one would really anticipate just how many wrongful convictions would be revealed and how quickly, especially given the fact that there are a very limited number of post-conviction litigators in the United States that even are resourced to do this work. So this is the tip of the iceberg. This is a dramatic undercount when it comes to, you know, providing some sense of the number of wrongful convictions. But what we do know is that there are nearly 3,500 wrongful convictions that have been revealed since 1989. Again, very low number based on what we actually think. And in fact, researchers believe that number is, you know, close to 4% of people behind bars are actually innocent of crimes. And of course, given the volume of our system, that should strike fear into all of us. So the wrongful conviction revolution really helped to transform how the public views and responds to the criminal legal system. We call this the criminal legal system because query as to how much justice is actually being meted out. And it really showed just how broken this system was, if it could produce this number of wrongful convictions in a quotidian way, right? So, you know, of course, the deep fallibility and unfairness of our criminal legal system has never been lost on America's over-policed communities. Foundational to that system and to the criminal legal system here in the United States is racism and the presumption of dangerousness that is placed upon people of color, most prominently Black people, and how this sets the stage for how the criminal legal system looks today. It should not surprise us that although slavery was abolished over 150 years ago, its legacy continues to haunt our law enforcement and criminal legal system. And in fact, the original police forces in the United States were slave patrols. This history has led to the disproportionate incarceration of Black people today. Black people account for 40% of the nearly 2.3 million people behind bars, despite making up just 13% of the population. And this is not because they commit more crimes, it's because they are policed more heavily, often presumed guilty, and frequently denied a fair share at justice and wrongfully convicted at higher rates. In fact, a Black person is 5 times more likely to be stopped by law enforcement without cause than a white person. And while racism is not exclusively American, our devotion to mass incarceration really is. The US has 5% of the world's population and 25% of the world's prison population, with extreme disproportionate confinement of people of color. At the Innocence Project, we're unsurprisingly seeing connections between violence on the street, police misconduct on the streets, and wrongful conviction. The entry point to a wrongful conviction is when suspects are developed by the police. Police misconduct has played a role in 35% of the nearly 3,500 wrongful convictions that have been revealed since 1989. And that rate is even higher among Black people exonerated from murder charges, with police misconduct contributing to 55% of wrongful murder convictions involving Black exonerees, compared to 33% for similar cases involving white defendants. Consider John Burge, and actually one of John Burge's victims was featured in this video. This was a Chicago detective, an area commander, who along with his subordinates were known as the Midnight Crew, Burge's Ass Kickers, and the A-Team. Burge and his team coerced countless confessions, many of them false, from suspects through beatings, suffocations, mock executions at gunpoint, sexual assault, and the use of electroshock machines on suspects' genitals, gums, fingers, and earlobes. They directly participated in or approved the torture of at least 118 Chicagoans, most of whom were Black. And the gentleman who was featured before, who talked about the fact that DNA had excluded him as the perpetrator of this crime, he was one of the people who had confessed under these conditions, falsely confessed. So through these abusive tactics, Burge and his officers contributed to many wrongful convictions, many of which have since been overturned, many of which have not. Exposing the types of wrongful convictions that are born out of express misconduct like this is hard enough. But what happens when the entry point into a wrongful conviction is not misconduct per se, but instead flawed or biased technology? Technology that's disproportionately deployed on communities of color and whose source code is largely unknown to the defense, who are unable to confront its fallibility and its unfairness. So far, we are aware of 5 people, all Black men, who have been misidentified and wrongfully arrested by one of these technologies, facial recognition. How many innocents have been misidentified by this technology but languish behind bars that we don't know about? How many people will unfairly sit behind bars because an algorithm, like one used in what we now know as location-based predictive policing, because they say a person lives in a particular building, they're more likely to be involved in criminal activity. How many of those people? That's the entry point into a wrongful conviction. So, I think it's just critically important to think about the use of algorithms when we think about how suspects are being developed in the criminal legal system, and all of these technologies, sort of how they work together and how they overlay. So, you've heard about ShotSpotter today, predictive policing, facial recognition. All of these technologies not only are fallible, but they also are not really implemented in an equitable way. And you're going to hear more about that from my colleague, Sarah Chu, who leads the Innocence Project's policy work in forensic science. And she's going to really help us to both demystify the problem, but also to discuss some of the policy solutions we're seeking to combat the power of unreliable and inequitable technologies that are helping the criminal legal system develop suspects for arrest and criminal prosecution. So I turn this to Sarah now.
Hi, everyone. I am so excited to be here today and to be on a panel with the fabulous Rebecca Brown and Renee Cummings. It's just an honor to be among all of these speakers today. I'm going to start my stopwatch here so I can be aware of time. So can we advance to the first slide, please? Thank you. And so at the Innocence Project, as Rebecca mentioned, the work that I started, the work that I do when I started at the Innocence Project was on forensic science policy. Yes. Okay. So in 2009, the National Academy of Sciences put out a report on the state of forensic science in the United States and found that many of the disciplines that the criminal legal system has been relying on for hundreds of years, over 100 years, were not scientifically sound and didn't have the empirical evidence it needed to support the claims that it was making. And at that point, we embarked on a campaign to try to address the recommendations that were made in this report. And over time, the 2009 report was added on to by the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. And that report was developed under the Obama administration, and it looked back at how much progress had been made at the time and looked forward to what else needed to be done. And at the Innocence Project, as the video showed and as Rebecca said, we use the power of DNA to reveal our client's innocence and to identify wrongful convictions. And a turning point came for us when we were looking at advances in DNA technology and finding that, technologies like genetic phenotyping, they weren't valid and reliable enough to be used in settings where life and liberty were at stake. Familial DNA searching, which is a form of genealogical searching, uses non-consensual DNA from convicted offender databases and expands kind of the web of mass incarceration. And forensic investigative genetic genealogy, while much of the genomic information is consensually used in that setting, it has been misused. And this is a powerful tool for cold case solving that, that we at the Innocence Project have been working on regulating in the United States. And so what we came to was this concept, this idea that we've been fighting for validity and reliability, but we hadn't been thinking yet about the ethical, legal, and social implications of these technologies. And that's expanding even more quickly today, and not just in DNA, right? So technology and AI and machine learning have advanced to a point where now we're dealing with things like geofencing, facial recognition, predictive algorithms, speaker recognition, technologies that are being deployed far more quickly than they have been validated, and before testing has shown that they can be justly and equitably used. And so I thought that we should ask Lucius Fox what he thinks about that. And I just want to caveat that the first sound in this video is a gunshot. And it's sad to say that today, but that is a triggering sound for many people. So I apologize for that. I realized this last night.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Beautiful, unethical, dangerous. You've turned every cell phone in Gotham into a microphone.
And a high-frequency generator receiver.
You took my sonar concept and applied it to every phone in the city. With half the city feeding you sonar, you can image all of Gotham. This is wrong.
I've got to find this man, Lucius.
At what cost?
The database is now key encrypted. It can only be accessed by one person.
This is too much power for one person.
That's why I gave it to you. Only you can use it.
Spying on 30 million people isn't part of my job description.
This is an audio sample. If he talks within range of any phone in the city, you can triangulate his position.
I'll help you this one time. But consider this my resignation. As long as this machine is at Wayne Enterprises, I won't be.
When you're finished, type in your name.
Oh, Lucius Fox asks, at what cost? We are so busy asking the question, does it work? And a lot of times in the criminal legal system, that question isn't even being asked. But if we're going to answer the question, at what cost, we need to answer, whom does this harm? This is a question that Kathy O'Neill poses when she does her algorithmic audits. Whose agenda is being reproduced? This is a question that Dr. Ruha Benjamin asks when she's talking about discriminatory design. Can the harm be mitigated? And finally, should we even be using this technology? And often in the criminal legal system, the tech is purchased before we even think about what problem it's supposed to be solved. And we should always have the answer no on the table. There we go. And so in talking to scientists and engineers across the country, I often hear, well, you know, I'm just a scientist, I'm just an engineer. My job is to do this thing, this research, this tech, and that is it. It's out of my power. But the National Academies in I can't really see that. Slide, I think it says 1995, put out a report called On Being a Scientist. And it talks about how science is an intensely human endeavor, shaped by human values, virtues, and limitations and by societal contexts. So science is inherently a social enterprise, and it takes place within a broad social and historical context, which gives it substance, direction, and ultimately meaning. So this is our job as scientists and engineers. And there's a precedent for this. The National Institute of Health, when it was creating the Human Genome Project, they created this directorate that was funding ethical, legal, and social implications research. And the idea was that they would generate these legions of bioethicists that would follow and critique genetic and genomic applications as they were being developed. So that's why there are people who are constantly thinking about and talking about the bioethics of these technologies. We don't have an analogous entity in technology right now. And we've been relying on commercial entities to have their own in-house AI responsibility systems and teams. And recently we've seen across the major AI companies and technology companies that they fired all of their ethical AI staff. And so we cannot rely on organizations to regulate themselves. And so as we're in the technology world, move fast and break things is this mantra that is advanced among technologists. But we found that moving fast and breaking things breaks people. And Jonathan Taplin, whose quote I will read momentarily, asks us in his book, part of our role as citizens is to look more closely at the media surrounding us and think critically about its effects, specifically whose agenda is being promoted, sounds familiar, right? And whether it's the agenda that will serve us best. And this is a list of the type of surveillance technologies that the NYPD uses. It's disclosed through the Post Act, a New York City law, on the NYPD website. As the result of the hard work of advocates over many years, NYPD now must disclose what the technologies it uses, as well as its use policies, which are very general and insufficiently detailed. And so this just gives you a sense of the magnitude of the surveillance technology that's being implemented. And we know that it's not being implemented equally across the population in New York City. My colleagues and I at John Jay, where I'm a graduate student, developed this concept called surveillance load to describe the disproportionate accumulation or load of surveillance technologies. And maybe load isn't exactly the right word because it's this extraction of data from people. And it's data that once extracted, you can never get it back. And it becomes part of the system for a lifetime. Rebecca coined the term suspect development to describe how these surveillance technologies cast wide nets that entrap innocent people. So people who should never have come to the attention of law enforcement in the first place then get pulled in, and entry points to wrongful conviction get created for them, because we know that tunnel vision tends to set in once someone has been identified as a suspect, and that it can lead to their wrongful conviction. Rashida Richardson and Amba Kak wrote this amazing paper on suspect development systems, where they detail how data can be used when it's extracted from through surveillance technologies, and how it can bring people into constant contact with the criminal legal system. And as Jonathan Barr described in the video, and as Rebecca mentioned, we have had clients who had exculpatory DNA evidence pre-trial. So among the first 325 DNA exonerations, there were 28 individuals who had that experience. So we often hear about due process and the investigative process being able to shake innocent people out of the system, but we know that not to be true. Simone Brown writes a lot about surveillance and its intersection with race, and she talks about how we should be thinking about how these technologies operate. So first, they rationalize their use, right? The technology it's objective, it's race blind. If you don't have anything to hide, you shouldn't worry. And the technology makes Black bodies identifiable and trackable disproportionately. And we remember that race is a way of sorting people. And you sort people so you can take categories of people and treat them differently. And that is how technology can contribute to that. And finally, one of the ways that technology spreads and this use of surveillance spreads is through this amplification of narratives about public safety and counterterrorism and the rise in crime. How frequently have we heard about rises in crime that aren't matching what the data actually says? Alondra Nelson, who is the previous deputy director of the Office of Science, Technology, and Policy, joined with a group of data scientists to develop 10 simple rules for responsible big data research. And I just want to point out 2 of them. One is acknowledge that data are people and can do harm. So often when we think about numbers, that the people get lost. And those are actually lives and histories and communities and relationships that are being sucked into surveillance technology. And second, that we need to engage with the broader consequences of data and analysis process. So Albert Einstein said we can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. We can't solve them with the same people in the same rooms. And at the Innocence Project, our position is that we seek a moratorium on surveillance technology in the criminal legal system until it's met the requirements that we think it needs to meet, and that it has to be done before deployment. We're often catching up to technologies that's already been used in the water, and it just creates a situation where it's really difficult to pull back. And so policy considerations, I'm not going to go into detail because we're short on time, that we think about, while we support a moratorium, if there are ways to reduce harm in the system, we can advise policymakers on how to create oversight and accountability, restraint, enforce informed consent and privacy, and transparency principles into their laws to really make the regulation effective. And importantly, communities have to be at the table. Think about whose agenda is represented at the table when technology is being purchased, when it's being implemented. It is certainly not impacted communities. And so technology oversight boards can, if they're properly composed of practitioners, researchers, and community stakeholders, they offer authentic democratic engagement. And importantly, they allow communities to advance their normative values in this discussion process and offer them the opportunity to decide if the technology should be used, and also decide if they want to say no. Again, no has to be on the table. So we believe at the Innocence Project that in addition to scientific metrics for technologies, we need to think about ethical, legal, social implications, the capacity for just and equitable implementation together, and that these are intersecting metrics, and that any technology needs to be implemented with community engagement, transparency, equality of access, and the duty to correct and notify, which is the ethical and professional obligation to correct errors when they happen and to notify people regardless of their status in the criminal legal system. So this is the way that we think that a just and equitable system would proceed. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Good morning, everyone, and let me say it is certainly an honor and an absolute pleasure to be with you this morning. So I am Renee Cummings, and I'm a criminologist and a criminal psychologist. I'm also a professor of practice of data science at the School of Data Science at the University of Virginia, and I'm also a data activist in residence. So I spend a lot of my time traveling locally and internationally, speaking about ways in which we can do data science better. That's what I focus on. How do we bring an ethical approach? How do we bring a trauma-informed approach? How do we bring a justice-informed approach to the ways in which we are thinking about technology? So I would say this to you. This is an amazing time to be involved in technology. This is an absolutely amazing time to be involved in data science and in particular AI. I spend a lot of time thinking about collective augmented intelligence. How do we make this technology better by putting more of us into this technology? I also spend a lot of time talking about data, democracy, decision-making, and due process. Because what I want to see from this technology are ways in which we could use this technology to build communities up. So today I'm going to speak about moving from data trauma, and that's what we've been seeing a lot of, to data justice, and how data activism could really reimagine the ways in which we do AI. So this is Robert Williams, and Robert Williams is really the test case in facial recognition. And a few years ago in Detroit, he was arrested. The police came to his house, arrested him in front of his wife and his 2 children. They said he was seen using facial recognition technology, stealing watches in a mall in Detroit. It turned out after he was arrested and held for over 15 hours that he was the wrong man. Wrongful arrest. Robert Williams was nowhere close to that mall and definitely not shoplifting any watches. There's also a case in New Jersey. I think it happened in 2020 in Patterson, Nairi Parks, who was also arrested by facial recognition technology and is in the process, I think, of suing the police department. AI policing. So a lot of conversation around how do we use AI? How do we use algorithms to do predictive analytics? And what we have heard from some of my esteemed speakers, and they're quite correct, is what we're seeing with predictive analytics and the deployment of algorithms on the streets, the deployment of algorithms in place of undercover, the deployment of algorithms as detectives, really the over-policing of the same communities that we continue to police. But what we're also seeing is an extraordinary amount of trauma being impacted on communities because of our data sets and because of something called historic data sets, which continue to create a lot of the trauma, a lot of the tears, a lot of the pain, and a lot of the problems that we are seeing with facial recognition technology and with the technologies that are being deployed. Now, this is a historic case, and this is the case that most people think about when we think about the ways in which algorithms and AI and data science have been impacting communities of color. 2016, ProPublica, a very forward-thinking journalism outfit, decided to take a look at the algorithmic decision-making systems that were being used in the criminal justice system. And let me just say this to you, this is really the work, not this work in particular, but algorithmic decision-making systems that were being used to decide who got bail, who was denied bail, who got parole, who was denied parole, and what kind of interventions we would create for individuals who had some sort of contact with the system or individuals who were incarcerated. For me, I was using these algorithmic decision-making systems, and I felt that there was something just not adding up. There was something I didn't feel comfortable about. And it is that kind of work that led me into AI when I felt to myself that, wait a minute, one of the things that I was not seeing in the AI and data science space were a lot of criminologists. So in this image we have, which was taken from that ProPublica investigation, we have several individuals there. The numbers you are seeing are the risk scores. And the risk scores are really saying how dangerous these individuals are and whether or not we should provide bail, whether or not we should deny these people the opportunities to move out of the system. And you would notice for the young woman, Brisha Borden, her risk score is 8, and Mr. Prater, who is next to her, his risk score is 3. She's a juvenile, very low-level types of offenses. He, of course, a repeat offender. Her risk score higher, his risk score less. So we could realize what those algorithms are doing there. There's something in the data sets, something in those data points that are saying that a young woman, a teenager at that time, 16 or 17 years old, would be at greater risk to the community than a repeat offender. And I think we can start to figure out what's in those data points that are creating those kinds of challenges. So this is what I speak about a lot, and I call it data trauma. And I think we realize that historically, in particular in this country, different communities have experienced data differently. So what data may mean for an underserved, high needs, under-resourced, marginalized community is what data may not mean for other communities. And we continue to see this kind of trauma in our data sets, in these historic data sets that continue to repeat and to replicate the kinds of biases, systemic biases, that we continue to see in our society. So right now, at the moment in AI, we're seeing lots of conversations, lots of headlines about bias. Bias in education. We've seen the headlines. Bias, of course, when it comes to policing, when it comes to criminal justice, when it comes to finance, when it comes to mortgages. We've seen things like digital redlining, when it comes to credit scores, when it comes to just about every kind of access or every kind of opportunity an individual will need to thrive in a community or to thrive in a society. And there's something really strange there. Now, in statistics, bias is not always a negative thing. Oh no, bias is sometimes a very positive thing. But what we are seeing in AI in particular and in data science would be biases across certain critical areas, social, economic, political, and all of these biases somehow packed into our data sets. So when we think about data trauma, and when we think about communities, we understand and we appreciate that historically, if we even go back to healthcare, different communities, and I just want you to think about that, different communities experience data differently. And when we talk about data trauma, these are some of the things we're seeing. We're seeing the biases, we're seeing discrimination, of course, on those data sets. We're seeing the continuous marginalization, re-victimization, and re-traumatization of many communities because of these historic data sets and because of us using data to profile. And I think each and every one of us in this room know that every time we use the internet, every time we use social media, every time we go on any of the websites that we like, we are creating an extraordinary amount of data points. And those data points are being used to create our profiles. So each and every one of us has a data profile. The thing is this, we don't know what our data profile looks like. We don't know what our data profile is being used for. We don't know what that information is being used to create what types of decisions about us. And that is something we need to think about. So when we think about data trauma, we think about the ways in which these historic data sets continue to be used to build our AI models, to build the many systems and programs and services and products that are being used. So there are some names when we talk about AI and when we talk about doing AI in a very critical way that we need to mention. And this information that I'm sharing with you just for us to scrutinize a little bit comes from a study done by Dr. Timnit Gebru, Dr. Joy Bulamwini, and Deborah Raji, 3 women who have been on the front line of making data science and making AI less biased, to reduce those biases and to lift up underrepresented voices in the space. And this is what it says. Up to 77.4 subjects in a mainstream data sets are male. Up to 94.6 are lighter skinned male. So when you combine that, you realize how dysfunctional and how dangerous historic data sets continue to be for persons of color and dark-skinned people in this country. So what we have realized in our data sets would be historically, the data points in those data sets continue to operate as proxies for discrimination. So these data sets continue to replicate and to perpetrate and to perpetuate past discriminations, and of course, creating what we continue to call and what we continue to see as this widening gap, of course, when it comes to access, when it comes to opportunities, when it comes to resources, and definitely heightening the desperate impacts on high need, underserved, and under-resourced communities. The other thing that I wanted you to think about when it comes to data is that one of the things we do when we think about data, and data has revolutionized just about every industry, every discipline, every methodology that we can think about. And what we are seeing with data is used for measurement. That's what it's used for. It is used for measuring. It is used for making decisions. It is about intelligence. And we have seen historically that many of our data-driven decision-making systems or algorithmic decision-making systems are really providing very uneven and unequal decisions because of those hidden effects, because of the racial disparities, because of those economic disparities, and because these data sets continue to marginalize groups because of the systemic challenges baked into our data sets. So when we think of the historical harms, we've got to think of how destructive they are. We've got to think about the fact that they continue to replicate and repeat past prejudices. And we've also got to think about we're designing new technology that's replicating old biases. So we are designing and spending an extraordinary amount of money, making an extraordinary amount of investment in technologies such as AI. And many of these technologies are just automating the status quo, codifying bias and codifying bigotry, and really not stretching its own imagination to bring a perspective that is more diverse, that is more inclusive, that is more equitable, and of course, trauma-informed and justice-oriented. So when we think about these historic data harms, we have got to think critically. So I consider myself a critical data scientist, and that's what I spend a lot of my time doing, thinking of ways in which we can really dismantle a lot of the old thinking around data. So if we are to do that, we have got to interrogate those data sets. We just can't leave it for chance. We just can't say, well, it's science, it's statistics, it's math, so it's neutral, so it's subjective, because no, it's not. And we continue to see that when we see the kinds of impacts data continue to have on our society. So this is what you've got to do as individuals in the data science space. You've got to understand that many of our data sets, many of our models are never free from human judgment. That is what we bring to data. Every data set comes with a memory of past decisions, of past decision makers. All data not created equally. All communities don't experience data in the same way. The appearance of certain decisions when it comes to data not neutral. There is that presumption of objectivity, and there is a memory in many of our data sets of intergenerational trauma. So we've seen this, and these are the challenges that we continue to look at when we speak about bias, when we think about data sets, when we think about those historic data sets. And this is what I call the deadly daily politics of big data, exploitation. And that's what has been happening with our data. So when you're using the internet, when you're using all your different social media platforms, when you are sharing and clicking and just smiling at that page and shopping and watching on Netflix and just spending all our lives in social media, this is what's happening with our data. Most of the time, that data is being used to exploit us because our data is being monetized and we're not getting a penny. But we are building up empires and building up legacies with our data. Beyond the monetization, much of that data could be used in ways to oppress us. And Dr. Safia Noble has an extraordinary book, Algorithms of Oppression, where she speaks about that, where she speaks about search engines, and where she speaks about the fact that we continue to feed these data sets with information, and much of that information creating very unique challenges. And where there's oppression, there is always suppression. And then there's this thing about weaponization, where those data sets continue to be used to build models that are being deployed against us in very, very real ways. So as we're thinking about those data sets, I also want you to think about the data brokers. And the data brokers are those individuals who are scraping the internet, scraping digital spaces, collecting all that information and putting that information together, packaging it, repurposing it, and continuously selling it. And these data cartels, traffickers, smugglers, traders, that's what they're referred to. That's what they're referred to in the information industry, because what they are doing is exactly what we have seen, the kind of behavioral patterns of cartels, dealers, traffickers, smugglers, and traders. But we are the product that they are trading. So every day, we are acquired, we are traded, we are sold, we are analyzed, we are processed, we are exchanged, and we are continuously circulated, because that is the data trade that we are now a part of. And we are profiled, because every day our data is being examined, it's being analyzed, it's being summarized, it's being used for critical insights. For some organizations call it business intelligence. But our data is being leveraged for advantage for big tech companies and big industries, but leveraged for our disadvantage. And you have got to think about what's happening with your data. So many organizations at the moment are saying that we are really harnessing the power of data, because what we are talking about is personalization and precision. So you've heard probably of precision healthcare, precision policing. Everyone wants to do precision because they believe that all of us want to feel as though we have our own concierge service. And that's fine, that's amazing. But what we're seeing is that things like customer engagement and customer management and satisfaction is really simply other ways of controlling and monetizing and monopolizing our information, because we continue to be tracked and profiled and targeted. So I will say this at the moment. I spend a lot of time not only in the classroom and not only traveling, but a lot of CEOs around this country. And I will say a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to spend some private time, myself and about 19 other policymakers in DC, with the CEO of OpenAI, Sam Altman. And I know everyone's talking ChatGPT at the moment. And one of the things that he said is that while we want to take an ethical approach and while we understand the kinds of challenges, we can't test this technology in a lab. The only place we can test this technology, like ChatGPT, is in the real world, which means we need to deploy it, and which means we are testing it on the real world. So we are being tested. Our information, the things we like, the things that we don't like, obviously being tested. So I love data science, and although I'm giving you all the challenges, I use all of these challenges to bring a real crisis management and risk management approach to ensure that if companies are using this technology, they understand how not only to use, but how to design, develop, and of course, deploy and adopt. So how do we harness the power of data? And that's what you want to do while reaping the rewards and reducing the risks. And we do that by understanding that we're not only interested in focusing on the great things that data science can do, which is providing all that level of analytics, the hindsight, foresight, oversight, and of course, the many good things we can do with it. But these are the ethical risks that you need to think about. Legal, regulatory, reputational, operational, strategic. We have seen them all come to bear. These are the crises that governments and organizations and different agencies call me to assist them and to help them with, because it creates these very unique challenges from reputational damage, revenue loss, regulatory, criminal investigation, diminished public trust, to media challenges. If you're working in the data science space, this is what I want you to think about always. How do you bring a sophisticated level, a duty of care to the work that you're doing, which means you have a social responsibility to society, and you deal with it from compliance, oversight, regulations, governance, policy, and enforcement. The other thing that I want you to think about would be due process. And one of the things we're realizing is that this technology is not fair. Every time, I just think about it, it really amazes me that an algorithm is making a decision about me how many probably thousands of times a day without me even knowing that decision was made. So for many of us in the data activism space, we say that data rights is civil rights. Data rights is human rights, and that is why data justice and algorithmic justice are so critical to understanding what's happening in that space. So it's really about thinking, if you're a data scientist, thinking about ways in which informed consent is very critical, thinking along privacy, security, protection, ownership, understanding that there's a requisite amount of public trust and public confidence that is required to ensure this technology matures, and what we are missing would be those robust and rigorous guardrails. And to bring a trauma-informed approach means that you understand how important justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion are, and you understand as well why we need to use what I call this JEDI due diligence framework to really detect, manage, mitigate, and evaluate the systems that we are doing. And just finally, one of the things I like to speak about, particularly with my students, would be how do we create this ethically aligned data pipeline? And you have got to pay attention about from collection, analysis, storage, presentation, sharing, reuse, disposal. That is the data pipeline. And you have got to ensure that you bring an ethical approach to that pipeline at any given time, because we have got to realize that the many challenges that we see in this field would be accountability, of course, transparency, explainability, accuracy, and really understanding that, you know, as I always say, this is a great time to be involved in research and technology, in particular data science. I am at the moment working on a public interest technology tool called the Digital Force Index. And what we have done is we have compiled all the surveillance technology in this country, and we have come up with what we call a digital force score. And communities will be able now to access that technology once we launch it in the fall and see how much surveillance technology is being deployed against you in a particular space. It is to use really to show law enforcement that technology is not always the solution, and to show law enforcement that many of the technologies that they continue to procure in the secrecy of that procurement practice, that we could use that money to really build communities up in more wholesome ways, and to understand that if we are doing this technology right, there's one thing I just want you to take away, because I know my time is up, is that an algorithm creates a legacy. An algorithm has the ability to deploy a legacy. And what we're seeing with many algorithms is while they're creating extraordinary legacies for big tech companies and for particular individuals, these same algorithms are denying and destroying legacies for underserved, high needs, vulnerable communities by the ability to deny access, opportunity, and resources in real time. If you are working in this space, the space definitely needs more diversity. And what we do as AI ethicists and as a data activist, I say my work is really simply to stretch the imagination of AI. And I hope something that I said to you today stretched your imagination just a little bit. Thank you.
If you're watching your agenda, you know that we're running way over, but it's because we've had a lot of really substantive conversation here. We've had a conversation though that's going one way. We'd like a little bit of it coming back. Now I know everybody wants to get lunch, so what I'm going to suggest is, I think our lunch is ready now, is go get your lunch, but bring it back here, and we're going to ask some of our speakers to come up and do a little Q&A with you once you get your food and get your coffee, okay?
cosmic connection, 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 connection.
want to let you all know, hi, that the VR demo is open for those who are interested and want to go check it out. It is over next door in Ballroom B. Again, the VR demo is open for you to go have fun and play next door.
everyone. I hope you're enjoying lunch. We didn't get to have our panel, so I think we're going to try to do a modified version and bring the speakers who are still here back up. And if those of you who are still here don't mind coming up, we'll allow for a few questions while everybody eats. I know this was such a fabulous set of talks that everyone must have a ton of questions. Okay, I think we're interested in letting the audience ask questions above all, but maybe Gail and I will each ask a quick question. And I think the one that I was interested in starting with is we have a lot of students here, community members, and sort of what you would suggest to everyday people what they can do in their lives to help with all the challenges that you guys have laid out today. So that's what I would start.
Well, I'm happy to share. At the Innocence Project, we frequently are engaged in legislative efforts around the country, sometimes trying to push for the kinds of models that Sarah described, which is to have community participation in the use of AI technology and making sure that the right people are at the table. Sometimes we're working to put guardrails on some of this technology if it is already online and politically we can't take it offline. So we're oftentimes saying to ourselves, what are the kinds of, for instance, if you look at facial recognition, if we're unsuccessful in eliminating it, what are some of the guardrails that can be placed on it that wouldn't cause the wrongful arrests of what we now know are 5 people? So that said, at least from our end, to feel free to sign up at theinnocenceproject.org. And when you do that, they ask for your zip code, and that helps us to really target the various asks that we have around legislative support. So for instance, folks in New Jersey will hear about New Jersey legislation, have the opportunity to reach out to lawmakers, and we try to make it very easy for you. We provide background materials, scripts, telephone numbers. We even can patch you into lawmakers so that there's very little work. But I will say, as a policy person, lawmakers care deeply about what their constituents think of them, right? Think of election time. They care very much about what you have to say. So use your voice and push hard for justice.
Yeah, so I spoke early on this morning, so you may not remember, but I'm a computer scientist, right, by training and by practice, and so I agree that it's very important for people to participate in how laws are made and also how, others are informed about technology. But I think most immediately for us, technologists, the way that we can impact how AI is developed and used is by deciding which companies we work for and which problems we work on, and conversely, which companies and problems do we not work on or work for. So I have a very simple point of view on the use of AI in criminal justice as a technologist. I don't think that AI should be used in criminal justice, and so I respect efforts from people other than technologists in engaging with these problems and critiquing them, but I think that for me as an engineer, for example, by working on AI in criminal justice, I implicitly endorse that practice. And so this is how I vote with my feet. And I also am on the record for saying this, right? If you don't agree that technology should be used in a particular domain, don't try to rationalize being paid for working on technology in that domain. It's just wrong, right? There are lots of other problems that you could be working on where AI can be making things better and where you can be working on super interesting tech. Like, think about people who are disabled, right? What are some kinds of devices that we can think about, assistants, that natural language technology, large language models, I don't know, image processing, anything that you're interested in can bring, what difference that can make there. and just work on problems that are important. That's my take on this.
And I just have something really simple to add to all the young people in this space. Just remember at the moment, although we're using technology in ways that are enhancing business models and efficiency and effectiveness, also understand data is about decision making. And ask yourself, what decisions are being made about you, your family, and your community at this moment that you are not a part of? If data is about decision making, it means that if you are not a part of that decision, it means your civil liberties are being challenged. It also means your rights, your human rights are being challenged. So I want you to think about the fact that yes, an algorithm has the ability to make a decision in record time, at speed, and at scale. But that algorithm is also making a decision about you, which means it's taking away agency, autonomy from you. When we think about surveillance technology, yes, people think about, well, yes, technology is monitoring you. But also think about what this technology does when it comes to self-expression, when it comes to developing your identity, when it comes to the identity of your community, when it comes to self-determination. These are very, very critical things. So always think data is about democracy. Democracy is about decision-making. Decision-making is about equity. Equity includes fairness. So just think about that. And if you think about that, then you understand why activism and advocacy is so critical. So when you're around the kitchen table, wherever you eat, or wherever you're having fun, or wherever you're sharing conversation, just ask each other, when last did you think about your data?
All right, thank you very much for your answers. As a junior faculty here at NJIT, I'm gonna ask a question for my students. They're gonna be interested in what kind of jobs are likely to be eliminated by AI in the future, probably next 5 or 10 years, or what kind of jobs are gonna be created by AI. So I'm sure they would like to hear from all of you about this kind of a career suggestions.
Well, I will say this. I don't like to think in terms of what's going to be eliminated. What I will say is you need to upskill yourself in real time. AI is a new language, and that is the language that we are now communicating in, the language of algorithms. And with every language, there needs to be literacy proficiency. So you have got to be proficient in this language. You've got to understand algorithms, you've got to understand the power of algorithms, and you've got to understand that any career that you decide to move into is going to be a data-driven career. Every organization is now using data and AI to reimagine the business model. And the way that I speak to my students is that when that organization is reimagining with data and AI, you are part of the reimagination process. So upskill yourself and understand what AI needs at the moment is an interdisciplinary imagination. So it needs collaboration with every discipline. Every discipline has to be collaborating with data science and, of course, creating products and systems and tools using AI. So no, it's nothing to fear. We remove fear with education, awareness, and information. And if you're in the academia, you're in an academic space, what you need to do is get all the skills you can. So when you're ready for that industry is ready for you.
I might just say, sorry, this is the one. So, I might just say, too, that, I think that there are also opportunities to provide technological oversight. And I think that, folks should think big around that as well, right? Not just thinking, I'm going to work for this corporation and help, enhance, or even make improvements from within. I think there's also a great role for people to be on the outside and helping to provide that oversight. And that can include, by the way, what Sarah said, which is just say no, right? There are some tools that we just should not use. And then there are others that perhaps we might be able to over time. But I think, again, I really love Sarah's framework because, a lot of what she was talking about is there might become a time where something is reliable or accurate, but it might not be implemented in a just or equitable way. And so all of those questions need to be asked, and I think there are careers in all of that.
Actually, I have two short things to add. One of them is that AI doesn't have a sense of humor any more than it has agency. So I think comedians are safe as far as as jobs go. And then the other thing, as you were speaking, that students sometimes ask whether it's a good idea to try and become an AI ethicist at a company, a commercial entity, right? And a student once told me that an AI ethicist at a company like a platform is like a climate scientist at an oil company, right? So if you take the job, be very sure that in fact you will be able to make change within that organization without compromising your own principles, right? So again, don't feel that money is worth. It's not that much money either, right? So like before you sell your soul, weigh your options very carefully. Yeah.
And if I could connect something that Renee and Rebecca said is that as you're going out into the workforce, that you have the opportunity to redefine what things mean. So many of the algorithms and AI technologies that are used in government services, they're meant to gatekeep and keep people out and away from the government services that they deserve and they need. So being able to think about this from a different frame. So how do we proactively deliver services to people? That could be a change in the frame. That when we talk about public safety, that policing is such a small part of public safety, but it has this outsized impact. But public safety, it means housing, it means food security, it means strong communities. So you have the opportunity, I think, to push that on companies, on legislators, and on policymakers, that this is what I think public safety is, and this is where we should be directing our attention.
Okay. Oh. All right. We have not a ton of time, but again, such fabulous speakers. So are there any audience questions? We have maybe time for one or two.
Hi, I love the work of the Innocence Project. I've been following it for a while. I'm over here, Sarah. I know there's very faulty software that's been used to so-called predict recidivism rates, guilt, like Compass is one. And judges very much rely on this software. So I'm wondering if the Innocence Project or other organizations have been able to have an impact on decreasing the use of such biased software in the court system, legal system.
I can start a response, but I think this is a Renee question on the impact of these algorithms and how to get people to stop using them inappropriately. But I think oversight mechanisms are an area that we really focus on, and accountability, transparency, and oversight. We need it in policing, we need it in forensic science. There's no reason why we shouldn't have it in the deployment and impact of algorithms.
And I think I would just add, there is now a movement that is focusing on auditing algorithms and realizing that many of these algorithms have promised a lot but deliver very little. I think the other thing that is very inspiring is there is now a whole field of justice tech where you're finding more lawyers, more judges, more persons in the justice space now interacting with technology. I myself have spent a lot of time training persons in this space, giving them that understanding about what these technologies can deliver and what they cannot deliver, and just bringing your voice sometimes into the space so they can understand there are different ways to do this. But I would say I know there is a whole discipline that's now starting starting to focus on how do we audit these algorithms and how do we bring that requisite levels of due diligence to the ways in which they're being deployed.
And just in terms of the technologies that are, potentially being taken offline, there have been several efforts to ban technology, facial recognition, that have been successful at the municipal level in various jurisdictions. A lot of these movements are being led by the community. I think actually some of the most hopeful policy changes that we're seeing are community-led and locally led, often by impacted people or impacted communities. So I think, that's one thing to take a look at. I have seen, for instance, just in my time doing this, a reduction, it appears, in some of the location-based predictive policing. Now there's still the also very, very concerning person-based predictive policing. So not to suggest that, oh, get rid of the location-based and you're good with predictive policing on people. But that said, I think, the pushback with respect to this notion, like you live in a building and therefore you're more likely to exhibit criminal activity, is just horrendous. But I think, there have been some successful and mostly successful local efforts. My hope is that we can start seeing more state-based change in this area.
Okay, I think we have time for one final question. Any students want to be brave? Oh, great, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Hi, so I'm a PhD student at the Department of Computer Science. So when we have a goal for our research, we have the data, we run our model, we get the results, so that's it. So is there any principle on how to get a fair data? So the data can be fair if we have the race data or the demographic of the patient in case of healthcare. But if it doesn't have anything related to demographics or person-related details, how can you make sure the data is fair?
I think this is for me clearly. Sorry. Yeah, so data is neither fair nor unfair. Fairness is not a property of a data set. It's not a property of a model either. It's actually a property of a data set together with a model, together with the context of use. Because when we think about fairness, we always need to think about, for example, when there are mistakes that the system makes, who is harmed by those mistakes? What types of mistakes do we care about? Is it false positives or false negatives? The ProPublica study, for example, really illustrates this clearly, right? That being unjustly sentenced, being a false positive, is much, much worse for the person, for example, right? For the defendant. On the other hand, for public safety, false negatives are the ones that we worry about. So when you get a data set, you need to be very clear about how it was collected, by whom it was collected, what it contains, what was the purpose of that data collection, and what is it missing, very critically. So this culture that we have in computer science of just taking every data set and every algorithm and taking a cross product of these and running everything through every algorithm and plotting every metric, we have to give up on that. Because fairness is not a technical topic, right? Not a technical concept. So when you start working with a data set, there needs to be a task, and you do really need to understand what it's good for and what it's not good for. If you'd like, we can talk offline. I've been running with this idea of nutritional labels for data sets and models that really get at this intuition that you need to know what it's good for.
I would say that another thing to think about is, remember, everything happens in a social context. So how was the variable conceptualized? And just as a simple example, in the criminal legal system, when I hear law enforcement, when I hear folks, prosecutors and forensic scientists, when they're asked, who do you do this work for? They say, I do it for the victims. I speak for the victims. But then who are the victims? And in the criminal legal system, the conceptualization of the victim tends to be middle-class white women. It is rarely women who may have different racial identities. It's rarely trans women. It's rarely women who have different SES levels. That there's a, and so when policies are generated based on data that's conceptualized in a certain way, that that can already limit like the fairness of the information. So how we conceptualize the variables that we use, for example, in a lot of the algorithms that are used, arrests are used as indicators of crime. But we know that arrests are indicators of police activity. So how do we find a measure that appropriately is going to kind of hold the thing that we're looking for? And does it really mean the thing that we're looking for? Because if it's not, then we end up with a model that takes you somewhere else and isn't actually generating the outcome that you're looking for.
Add to that critical thinking. Simply bringing a critical perspective. When I spoke about me being a critical data scientist, that is exactly what I do in that space. And funny enough, yesterday I was in Knoxville, Tennessee with a group of researchers discussing this same question about how do we understand research. And one of the things that I've realized now in particular when it comes to research, so much of the information that we are using and the data that we're using have already been filtered, have already been doctored, already come with these preconceived notions. So when I speak about the memory of data, understand that every data set carries with it a memory. And for some communities, there's a memory of pain, a memory of trauma, a memory of being disenfranchised. And if we're going to use those data sets to continuously build models on them, then we've got to think about that memory. So when I speak about that trauma-informed and justice-oriented perspective, actually right now in healthcare equity, I'm working with a group of scientists who are really looking at bringing that kind of trauma-informed approach to their data sets and seeing how we can make different decisions with these technologies that we're deploying.
And I just had one small thing to add to how important context is, to Sarah's point, because you might be building an algorithm and thinking it's going to be used in sort of this kind of discrete area. But consider, for instance, eyewitness misidentification, right? We know from our own cases 70% of the DNA-based exonerations in this country were based on eyewitness misidentification. We also know from archival studies that people make misidentifications 30% of the time in real cases. But here's where the facial recognition is going to come into this. Facial recognition is an investigative tool, right? Which means oftentimes it's in a black box. We don't know the source code. We don't know how that person is developed, right? And then that person, developed through facial recognition, is going to be placed into a lineup, a physical lineup or a photo lineup. And that person now is, if they are innocent, they are now likely to be misidentified because they might have some of the features that look most like the person who committed the crime. And that is a very frequent feature of our cases. When the target is absent in a lineup, meaning when the perpetrator is not in the lineup, oftentimes the person making the identification will pick the person that looks most like the person who perpetrated the crime. So it's so important to think about, even if, the algorithm, seems to be in this small place and it'll be sorted out later, it likely will not be. So it's just so important to think about that larger context when you're thinking about technology.
We are definitely way over time, so could we give a round of applause for such fantastic insights? Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm going to invite our next speaker. We're going to thank this panel and these speakers very much and invite, we're now going to a slightly different thing, although I think you will hear many of the same underlying themes. So we're going to ask Rebecca Way to come up to the podium.
Thank you.
And we're moving to talk about climate and environment, but in the context of social justice. Yeah, you can come right over. Yeah, and there's one right at the podium. Oh, nice. Do you want to use a handheld?
Sure, that works.
Either. Okay. Cool. And you're okay?
Awesome, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rebecca. I am I'm the founder and CEO of Root Studio, which is a social enterprise that works with global communities around the world with rich cultural traditions, and we create ways for them to license their work and create royalties to global fashion and retail. But today, I was really excited about this conference because a lot of the work that I've done outside of the Root Studio context touches on how we use data and AI to actually practice, implement, and execute change, especially in the global South. So there's obviously a lot of critique around how artificial intelligence and data can be exploited for really, really horrible ways. But I also think that it's important for us to see how can it be used and leveraged in a constructive way. So depending on timing, I might be able to get to all four, but I'm going to walk through about the last 12 years of projects I've been working on that utilizes both data, technology, and human approaches in how we implement change, particularly in the global South. Okay, next. Okay, and so just to give you a little bit of context, because I think I'll be, one second. Go back one more slide. Okay, just to give you a little context, because I think I'll be going through a number of topics today. I can best describe myself as a social entrepreneur, which is what Root Studio is a social enterprise. I'm also an urban planner and cartographer by training, and I'm also an artist. And when we're talking about looking at social change, a lot of these issues are intersectional and we all have to work together. And for me, this is really, a lot of my work is a culmination of seeing how we can create change from all sides. My journey on working with communities in Global South started, I would say, 12 years ago. I, in particular, fell in love with India. There was so much that was happening that I was reading in terms of urbanization and change. I mean, we have 1/6 of the world's population living in India alone. If you combine that with China, those two countries make up half of the world's population. And so when we're looking at change and impact, there's so much that just happens in those two countries. So when I was 19, probably some of the people in here, I was your age, I booked a one-way flight to the city of Ahmedabad in Gujarat, and I started working for a landscape architect. And it was in that time where I was completely blown away by just the sheer amount of diversity, the rural and urban contrast that existed there, the fact that this is a country where more than half of the population of this country still lived in rural areas, but that was dynamically changing. And so that meant these were people who were largely relying on subsistence ways of farming, of making a lot of materials that they own, and the crafts that come from that come from a very local way of stewardship. But that is rapidly changing. And one of the things that I also saw was the fact that that because of the ways in which they're farmers, and as farmers, if you need to take money out in order to plant seeds, you're going to have to really rely on making sales from what you're taking loans out for. But because of inconsistent rains, inconsistent monsoons, we ended up having a lot of farmers who end up in situations that are in really dire straits because they couldn't pay off their loans. And so urban planning is, the term urban, which I'll kind of go into more, is about trying to understand a little bit more of this in-between situation that was largely driven by both climate change, but also urbanization. And so what would happen is you would actually have, climate change is something that disproportionately affects communities that are low income, rural, and also indigenous, especially in the global South, right? I think if you're a smallholding farmer, your life depends on water. It depends on rain. So a missed monsoon for people here might just mean, or maybe not a monsoon, but a warmer winter for us is like, okay, we don't have as much powder to ski on for the ski slopes. But for a lot of these communities, it is actually incredibly devastating because they can't grow the crops that they historically rely on for food. And in fact, this is such a, it creates such a devastating impact that there are relationships between missed monsoon seasons and climate change and inconsistent rainfall, and also farmer suicides. So let me just. So in India, this is 2013 data on the left, but you can see by different districts and blocks where there were the highest counts of farmer suicides, and also in relationship with where the rainfall patterns were. In particular, just kind of, this is more on a local scale, focusing around the state of Maharashtra, there was sort of an astronomical amount of suicides that were linked with inconsistent rainfall, droughts, and depletion of groundwater supplies. So the Indian government usually has like a funding scheme for rural or urban, and this is the way that they decide how water investments and infrastructure is planned. But because so many farmers were moving from rural areas to urban areas, 60% of India's population is actually considered floating, meaning they're moving between rural and urban areas for new skills and jobs. So if 60% of the population, which is like close to what, 500, 600 million people are moving around, they're not in one place. And if you're planning for water and infrastructure, that becomes really hard in terms of where the allocation should go. And what does that even look like from a spatial perspective? So there's this whole new idea, which my MIT thesis was focused on, which is called the rurban. The rurban is essentially basically creating a definition of this in-between so that the government can better figure out how to allocate funding. Their existing framework for rurban or peri-urban is, if there's a city, let's put a 10-kilometer radius around it and say those are areas that are going to urbanize and change. But that was a very simplistic definition for what peri-urban driving forces look like. So I took all of this data from the state of Maharashtra. This is a state that has disproportional amounts of farmer suicides in terms of drought, groundwater, what are the interannual variabilities of rainfall, as well as socioeconomic data around who are the groups that are being most affected by all of these changes, where the stresses are coming from, and where is the current funding going to, in which states. And also looking at what is the typology of water supply in all of these areas. And ultimately, I asked myself, well, data is only as useful as the people in which it affects. And when we're looking at massive sets of data, we're planning for 44,000 villages, we need to really understand what's happening on the ground. So I spent 2 years basically going in a transect analysis from the city of Pune, which is a city in Maharashtra. Basically, those dots are where I landed a GPS tag and interviewed a village, a set of questions around what are the stresses for each of those villages, and have thousands and thousands of transect images that we were going to try to process and see what is the urban typology, what are we consistently seeing in terms of what this looks like. And from each of these communities, we led interviews with everyone from the people who are, the women who are relying on water every single day, to the government officials from a village level to a block level. And we start to identify, these are the forces that are actually driving a lot of the urbanization and change from a ground level. Changes in terms of zoning, because there are new satellite towns for automobile industries, which changes the water planning, to floating populations because people are moving away from farming, and then other factors as well. And so ultimately, we created a way to take all of these variables and link them with data sets that might be able to tell us and also qualitative ground interviews to better understand what is actually driving peri-urbanization and change. And so ultimately, we also saw, can we turn this into a model so that this could become a decision-making tool that would help us kind of predict, based on these forces, which villages and towns are going to change in the next 5 to 10 years. So using real data, that's a static snapshot in time. But combining all these together, we were able to really isolate out where the places that people are really moving into. It's lacking infrastructure. The water supply is really short, and there's acute droughts. And this is where the government should focus their funding on as well. And so ultimately, from this work, the government could better understand how are we going to allocate $250 million across 44,000 villages. Where should we focus, right? And so these maps can then highlight in red the areas that are going to be most driven by urbanization and change. They're seeing the highest influx of communities of climate refugees coming into these areas. And then ultimately, I want to talk a little bit about models as well. Just going back to the last video. So then we took all of these forces and looked at rates of growth and change. And we looked at how can this, can we extrapolate this out the next 10 years? So the last slide is supposed to be a video to show how do we see these villages urbanizing over time. But ultimately, I think what we end up seeing is that, what I learned from this is that data is a proxy for quantifying the size of a problem, and what it's useful for is decision making. So for instance, how do we get evidence that these are the places where we have severe needs? And this is where machine learning is really effective for sifting through really, really large government manual messy data sets and can read it really quickly. But in the end, models and data is an indicator, but you need to complete it with ground truthing information from a very grassroots level to really test what you're assuming. So moving on to my company, Root Studio, we're going to take a completely different turn here. Root Studio is a social enterprise that I started 8 years ago. It was in response to spending a lot of time in rural communities across India. And what I saw was, on top of them being farmers, they were also incredible creatives. And everything that they create is often linked with a tradition. So for instance, this woman, her name is Birabai, she's from the Bhil tribe. And she had tattoos all over her, from her face to her arms. And this is a significant cultural heritage tradition that was passed down matrilineally. So when you get your first menstruation as a woman, the elderly woman will tattoo you, and there's a lot of symbology behind this. But as she migrated out of her village for similar reasons that I just described earlier, her daughter and her were largely discriminated because of their caste group, and these tattoos were sort of a signal of that people heavily discriminated upon. But when you talk to her, the tattoos had really important significance to their indigenous way of life, often ones that actually reflect a harmonious value system with the planet, right? And so she started taking the same tattooing traditions and then applying it into painting. And these paintings came to life in terms of how their folklore and way of being and worldview were very much linked to how to live in balance with the planet. So throughout my time, living and working with indigenous communities across India, this is something I consistently saw. There was an incredible knowledge and stewardship towards the planet, right? These are people who know the seed, they're very attuned to weather patterns, but they're constantly told, this is not the future. The future looks like having laundry machines and cars, and upward mobility has a one-directional rhetoric. But when we look at where we're at now, we're all trying to figure out what sustainability means, to the point where we don't even know what sustainability means anymore. But for so many of these communities and indigenous groups, they have those answers in their heart, but they've been told so often that that's not the way of being, right? And there's so much discrimination around that. So what I saw was amongst these indigenous communities are incredibly creative people. Instead of this projection of them being poor or this global Western gaze that indigenous communities represented a situation where we needed to have international development, I asked myself, like, how can we actually encourage, formalize the strength, the skills, the assets, and the voices of incredibly creative people who are actually artists? And what we can do is then create an economy that will supplement the inconsistent farming income through their crafts and arts. But when I looked at how are they monetizing their art forms, most of them were not making much from it. They still wanted to migrate out of the villages because they were only earning about 2 to 5 cents for every piece they were creating. But at the same time, having my foot in multiple doors in different cultures, we're very accustomed to the fact that we see a lot of cultures being placed in fashion runways and you walk down a mall and you'll be like, that looks kind of familiar. Like, how did they get those designs? And hence we have this whole problem in fashion called cultural appropriation. $12 million is a very small figure. That's actually an estimated, that's estimated per brand that utilizes a indigenous group's designs on the runway every single year. If you add that up to almost every fashion brand, most of them are getting inspiration from indigenous and folk art around the world on a quarterly basis, right? So this is why we're always hearing about different brands who put an indigenous design on a product and they completely butchered the context. It's not obvious. It's obviously like outright stealing. It's not just outright stealing, but it also ends up being a huge problem for the company as well. So for us, we were really thinking through, you have these communities that have incredible talent. They're looking for ways to support their income. And then you have these companies that are spending thousands of dollars trying to find inspiration so they could actually stand out in the market. But often when they're doing, their search process is really exploitative and doesn't have a way to credit the communities. So we put the two together and we said, what if we could actually have these brands work directly with these communities and create the same system that Getty Images created for photographers? And so that became our theory of change, right? If we can generate income for a prosperous village and turn them back to appreciating through not just financial generation, but just how much the world celebrates their voices and their cultures and who they are, we might be able to solve a few pieces of this equation, not just a solution around mass migration. We can solve the appropriation issue, but we can also create a way where people can genuinely connect across cultures. And so kind of going back to data, in order to do, as a social entrepreneur, you're set out to do something, but ultimately to see the change, it comes with a lot of data metrics and measurement that helps you create the type of impact you want. So I'm just gonna move through how we do this. So we work with rural communities that are rich in cultural traditions, and they have generally these are communities that have fewer than 50 artists remaining. For instance, this was traditionally done on house walls in this village in Maharashtra, and they had readapted it onto canvas and white rice, but they only the top artists can afford to leave the village to sell the canvas, a canvas that they would spend making for about 4 weeks and then selling it for about $100. So we said, why can't you just take the same copyright system and then utilize that for a segment of these massive, beautiful canvases, and also create ways to copyright your ideas? So we licensed this out first to a Pacific Northwest brand you might be familiar with called Outdoor Research. Not only was it great for the brand, it was also one of the largest injections of capital that went back to the entire community because of the royalty process. When we create a partnership, instead of it being like, this is a celebrity influencer and a brand, we do a partnership with the entire community and also the brand. So everyone gets a dividend as a part of the process. And a huge part of our work is to be able to use data and create that traceability so that there's a lot of transparency between the brand, the artist, and how they're getting paid. So in 2019, that collection went so well that Outdoor Research continued to do 4 more collections for the next 4 seasons. And for us, that's what's really exciting about bridging cultures, is that you can create a way in which people come to know each other through the beauty and the whimsy and the artistry of the work, right? And connect these stories across very, very different people groups. The puffer jacket on the right, when we send it back to the community, it was really funny because in Maharashtra, it doesn't fall below 60 degrees Fahrenheit. And so all the artists were like, this is like the thickest material I've ever seen in my life. But Outdoor Research sells to hardcore alpine backcountry skiers. So now we've done a lot of collaborations in the market across a lot of the outdoor retail segment. This was bridging the Miao ethnic minority group in China to a Portland-based shoe brand. Just many other examples. This one is a hammock company, and the design is inspired by a weaver bird called the Julni Charai. And when they sent the hammocks back after the co-designing process, the artist thought it was really funny that they were like, why do people want to hang outside all day? Like, we're on the farm outside all day. And then I said to them, well, in the US, we now just like spend 8 hours sitting under fluorescent lighting for work. So that's why we really want to be outside. So it's just like little moments like that are really meaningful in our work in terms of bringing cultures together. And so till date now, we've released in partnership 4.2 million products. We have been able to increase all of our artists' annual household income by 23%. And we see our gap in terms of bridging communities that are largely disenfranchised to these global brands and creating purpose and meaning and authorship in the ways that retail are launching their creative collections. And that's the pathway and the solution where we see we can be for the fashion and retail industry. And also for communities to continue to sustain their practices and their livelihoods. And our team, the way that we do this is we are a team of leaders from the community. So all of the communities that we work with, they have rotational nominations of leaders that represent their whole digitization process. We have our creative team that helps contextualize, build consent, and facilitate remuneration to the communities. And then we have a team of veterans who are in the fashion and retail world that help basically bridge this to, getting us into the showcase rooms for Louis Vuitton or Dior or any of these groups. Yeah, I'm gonna skip through this in the interest of time, but people are always really curious, how do we bridge cultures? What does it actually look like in the back end? It's taken over 8 years of full-time community organizers, leaders from the communities to discuss constantly what does it mean to digitize your work? What is it okay to go on to? What are royalties? How does that work? How do I distinguish my work from someone else's work, right? All of these questions that are a huge part of what it means to have a theory of change, and how do we actually engage in the participatory and messy process. But I think in terms of thinking around how do we implement technology for change, you have to constantly grapple between intentions and outcomes and also stay optimistic. And that's the role that data can play in all of this, is that data is not an end goal, it's just a barometer. It's definitely important as evidence for impact. So we do 4 profit return cycles a year. Each of those profit return cycles are also coupled with impact survey data across all of our artists and communities to make sure, hey, like, how can we do better? How does this impact your livelihoods? What would you use this on? And again, data is not the end goal. It's really a barometer for us to assess, like, are assumptions correct? Because even in the word social impact, there can be, and it has created a lot of harm around the world. And so I'll just sort of leave with this, but for us, we really think about how art doesn't stop at just putting artwork on clothing. That doesn't necessarily create the full meaning of what this heritage is about, or the voices of the artists. It's about how technology can actually enhance these stories, right? So this was from that house wall you saw earlier that ended up on an outdoor research jacket, but then can we include other creative art forms like music, dance, and storytelling, right? And that's the role that technology can play, not to displace, but to actually enhance the beauty and wonder that exists in all of us. So yeah, I kind of went into all of this in terms of the data and human takeaways from what we've learned on the Root Studio journey. In the end, we always say at Root Studio, one of our core team values is it's about heart and operations. Data is never, and technology is never the solution, right? People always say, I want to work for a tech startup, but for us, we never went into this to build a tech startup. Technology is just a way to enhance the purpose and the impact we want to create in the world. Well, I don't have much time, so I'll probably wrap up really quickly just on like 2 examples of how AI and mapping work can also support disaster prone communities in terms of preparation and response. This is a satellite mapping company that essentially creates ways for communities and agencies to support communities that are flood prone. Traditionally, a lot of communities know when a flood is hitting an area because they can measure water levels, but it's a very, very old and arcane system made from the 1900s. So they have these hydromet systems, it's manually done. But then there has been this massive satellite explosion, and if you just look up in the sky any night, you'll actually see satellites moving through our orbit. And they're rotating around the Earth every day, taking thousands and thousands and thousands of photos. And those photos become really, really useful data sets for us to understand and make decisions from. And so this company essentially took all of these data sets and said, how can we train a model to read where there is additional flood water in areas that are often really hard to get to? And so just to show you an example, here is a flood that hit in the Democratic Republic of Congo in 2019. And the United Nations Roll Through Program was like, how can we don't know, we had to respond really quickly because DRC is mostly rural and a lot of places are super conflict prone. So instead of it spending days trying to hear from phone calls in a really manual way where the worst places are hit, you can use satellite imagery to know exactly where the flood water is and then send relief into these areas in a widespread way. And so having these numbers, and this is just a great example of how data and satellite imagery can give you a barometer to act. I'll just end on this, but here's another example of how people at the Arizona State University and the University of Queensland created this amazing model, and I worked with them to essentially showcase how can this data be used for both grassroots and policy planning. So I'll just end with this quick video that we created for COP27. I don't know if there's sound, but I can also talk over it. Yeah, well, so essentially this project, they used planet satellite imagery to use to create a model for detecting coral bleaching, to detect which reef extents have been diminished. And we've seen the Great Barrier Reef alone in the last, I think, 6 years, like 40% of the Great Barrier Reef has been lost. And we're seeing that all over the world, just massive bleaching patterns. So using this type of satellite imagery, they were able to work with the Indonesian government to say, hey, we can actually quantify the extent of coral reef loss, and it's numerically a larger loss than we had expected. And using that data, then the government officials and advocates could use that in order to push for marine protected areas as well. So this is just a great example of how data can quantify and actually create positive social change. But yes, I think that, again, these are just examples of how data can be used in practice. That's my alarm clock, so I think I'm right on time. Perfect. So how data can be used for creating change across different sectors. But it's really, really important as practitioners for us to constantly be moving between the balance of, there's gonna be a lot of words, the hubris of benevolence and the paralysis of cynicism. Essentially, we should always be investigating, hey, are our assumptions harmful or actually helpful? And in order to create that cycle, we should always be engaging in a community process to acknowledge leaders and community voices. And we shouldn't be paralyzed by cynicism, saying, hey, the world is gonna be devastated and lost in a few years, so why should I do anything anyways? And so I think that's the approach that we really have to take as all of you brilliant people in this room, technologists, is that you can be part of the solution into creating change. And as you start to think about how you can implement these technologies or whatever career path you're gonna take, relating it in context with the humans and the communities and listening to them and the impact, that's the best way we can further making sure that data and AI can be driven in the right direction for social impact. Thank you.
You may want to speak from the podium because you can see the confidence. Okay, sure. Thank you. You can have either one. That's the clicker. Yeah, you can. Okay.
Setting my alarm too. Does this microphone? Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Jungwon Kim, and I'm going to give you a little mnemonic device to remember that. It's Jung like jungle and won like I won the game. And I know we've all been sitting here for a little while. I would like to just invite everyone to stand up for a moment, and we'll just do like 1 minute of Qigong to invigorate ourselves. Stand up if you can, and you can also do this while sitting down if you cannot stand up right now. So I would just invite you to put your feet hip distance apart. And then I'm going to show you what to do, but first I'm going to explain that as you move your hands and arms through the air, you can imagine that you're moving your hands through like fluffy marshmallow or water if you want, or if you really want to generate some chi, like you're moving through like a dense mud. You're basically going to do this, and you're going to breathe in and out the whole time. When you reach up, you can pull in the energy that you need and bring it into your body. And then as you pull up, you're sort of letting go or flinging away what you don't need, like a wet blanket. How about just do 3 more, and then please take a seat. Okay, great. Hopefully people feel a little bit more awake, especially after our nice lunch. Okay, so I am here to talk about climate AI, what is now the burgeoning field of climate AI. And my talk is called The Promise and the Peril. I want to just start by saying that I am not here to say, you know, all AI as applied in the climate sector is evil or terrifying or anything like that. I think that there is great promise in this field. And at the same time, as so many of our previous speakers have mentioned, there are many, many dangers and things that we absolutely must safeguard against, especially in the design, programming, and training of the AI. Oh, I have the control here. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, so because we've been talking so much about intelligence and also about how we as humans sort of infuse data sets and methodologies and even the shaping and programming of AI and the applications of AI with our own biases and experiences and points of view, I thought it would be important to at least say a few things about my own positionality. I am human as compared to so many living beings on Earth that cannot speak or advocate for themselves. I'm a US citizen, which comes with an enormous amount of privilege and mobility and protection. I am a child of Korean War survivors, so I grew up with a lot of stories about the sort of precarious nature of disasters and unexpected events. I have that kind of in my blood. I'm a New York City resident, so I have definitely been through a couple of climate events, including Hurricane Sandy. However, I am a housed New York City resident, so I was safe during a climate disaster that was very, very dangerous for many, many people in New York City who are not housed. I'm a cis woman, able-bodied, and self-employed, so all of these things, again, insulate me from climate, negative climate impacts. I'm a mother of 2 young adults who are around the same age as many of you in this room, which means that I am deeply preoccupied with our near future and also our medium-term and long-term future. I spent 9 years leading a team at the Rainforest Alliance, which is an international nonprofit organization that works at the intersection of business, agriculture, and forest conservation. And before that, I spent 8 years leading a team at Amnesty International focused on human rights. I have educational privilege with advanced degrees. I'm a former journalist. And I am also a former California resident. I grew up in California and also experienced what we would say are the early phases of California's current and epic climate crisis, which takes the form mostly of wildfires, more recently as atmospheric rivers and flooding. So, very recently, the United Nations International Panel on Climate Change issued its 2023 report. And just a little bit of context for people who are not familiar with the IPCC. This is a global panel of climate scientists. And because international climate negotiations are so deeply politicized, for example, in the Paris Climate Agreement negotiations, Global South countries and formerly colonized nations were not allowed to reference the past. They were not allowed to reference colonialism, for example, and that was a rule that former colonizing nations imposed on the negotiations. Otherwise, they would refuse to participate. So because the United Nations IPCC is part of this very politicized, larger process of ongoing climate negotiations. These reports for the last few decades have tended to be remarkable for their understatement. You know, the scientists sort of edit each other, and they're sort of constantly contesting each other because they have to also represent their governments, which have an agenda, mainly of not spending too much money on doing the things that they should be doing. So usually these reports are pretty tepid. They are sort of a masterclass in understatement. So I just want to share with you the title of the 2023 climate report by the IPCC. This year it is called A Survival Guide for Humanity. So just let that sink in, and that kind of gives you the context for where we are right now. Human-induced global warming, or as I like to call it, global heating, because warm sounds a little too fuzzy and nice and cozy. Human-induced global heating has already reached 1.1 degrees Celsius, of course, spread unevenly throughout the world. And that 1.1 degree rise has already caused changes to the Earth's climate that have resulted in unprecedented severe weather events. And what is notable is that these, the severity of these events far exceeds what most climate scientists even projected. So yeah, the climate scientists have been surprised. In terms of solutions, developing countries alone will need $127 billion per year by 2030 and $295 billion US per year by 2050 in order to appropriately adapt to our climate crisis. However, at present, only 2% of global philanthropic funding goes toward climate change mitigation and resilience. Every 0.5 degrees Celsius of global temperature rise will cause significant increases in the frequency and severity of heat extremes, climate disasters, heavy rainfall, and drought. So, this is the context in which we begin to think about the potential applications of artificial intelligence and machine learning in the climate sector. Artificial intelligence or machine learning has a lot to offer in terms of helping humans adapt to our climate crisis. And as many of the speakers before have noted, these include scaling, human insight by being able to process and analyze patterns from really huge amounts and also a huge diversity of data sets. It also has the potential to optimize decision-making by making sense of these complex systems. And it has the potential to generate new, or what is called derived data sets from the existing data sets. Finally, it has the potential to integrate with other methods, both physical and non-physical, of decision-making. As so many of our previous speakers have also pointed out, there are some pretty big limitations to AI, mainly what I think a lot of computer scientists might call garbage in, garbage out. It doesn't, the quality of AI decision-making depends a lot on the quality of the data. Also, AI, like data collection and data application, also inherits the biases of those who are programming and designing and training the AI. And in the climate realm, a lot of scientists have found AI is still lagging behind because it kind of has a hard time making precise long-term forecasts and patterns because of the sheer complexity of factors that contribute to our global climate conditions. And then finally, one of the other limitations is that AI often will be oriented more toward correlation and not toward causation. So I want to just acknowledge some really great things that were said earlier today. Julia Stoyanovich outlined something really important this morning, and that is that data is a reflection of our society. So by extension, AI is also going to be a reflection of our society because it draws on all of the sort of textual, visual, video, and data artifacts that we have collectively produced. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to kind of start with our little Qigong exercise, just to remind everybody here that as we participate in the activity of generating these artifacts, we are also feeding the AI. We are feeding the algorithm. And I truly believe that if we want to transform our society, we really have to begin with transforming ourselves so that we are feeding the algorithm with nourishing, as sort of ethically oriented and collectively caring information. So going back to AI and its limitations, one of the biggest is that the collection and use of the data itself is not neutral and it's not fair. We saw that in the first panel about policing that with all of our brilliant speakers. And I think it's really important to consider the positionality about who is collecting the data. They make the decisions on what data matters. They make the decisions on what research is funded. Who are the researchers? Which data sets get used to shape policy? So these are all really, really important questions to kind of frame what I'm about to get into. Okay, so I'm going to start with some really positive potential applications of AI. This would fall into the promise category. And within that, we have our first most urgent priority, which is, oh, I'm sorry, this is the wrong slide here. There we go. Reducing emissions. And within this realm of reducing emissions, we are looking at a future that has sort of two paths. One is completely automated decision-making by AI, and the other is a sort of aided or AI-assisted decision-making, which keeps the responsibility of the decision on humans. Kind of like we set the thermostat, but then the thermostat actually maintains the temperature that we want it to maintain. Now, personally, I fall into the camp of the latter, which is AI-assisted decision-making. I really believe that the ultimate decision should remain with humans with safeguards in place to ensure that the human decision-making is more equitable and far more inclusive than what we currently have in most of our systems today. So I'm going to sort of whiz through these promising applications of AI because I think they are not too controversial. The first is that in the renewable energy sector, AI can be used to make predictions based on weather models, historical data, and real-time information. That data can then be used. AI can very quickly crunch that data to calibrate power distribution, battery function, battery activation, and also make predictions about the capacity for energy generation by wind, solar, and hydro power sources. Okay, this is another really useful potential application of AI. And in fact, this is an area where AI is already being applied. It's processing and analyzing huge data streams for air and water monitoring that can help us zero in on the biggest pollution sources. So this map, for example, is a NASA map that is used to find the biggest sources of methane, which is critically important because methane is more than 25 times more potent than carbon dioxide in trapping heat in the Earth's atmosphere. We also have this sort of related area of ecosystem monitoring. And again, AI is really useful here because ecosystem monitoring, you typically want to understand an ecosystem by taking data over a large area over a very, very long time period. So to measure change over time is actually quite expensive. And conservation biologists often have a difficult time getting funding to do this kind of work. AI can be used in automated sort of end-to-end data collection, and it can also crunch huge amounts of data from, sort of low-tech devices like this. And it can also collect data from really difficult to reach environments or ecosystems such as the Arctic, the Antarctic, or even the deep ocean. And some of the things that we really need to measure in order to assess ecosystem health is wildlife biodiversity and abundance, animal behavior, animal fitness, and also distribution of species. Another area where AI, I think, could be very useful in terms of climate is predictive infrastructure maintenance and just kind of assisting humans in preparing and maintaining infrastructure that has either been damaged by climate events or slowly weakened over time, and also to help us prepare for climate emergencies that AI can help us forecast. Okay, this is an area that is really, really important, and one in which I hope that AI will deliver on its promise, and that the people using it will really shape and train AI in a way that is equitable. In 1948, the United Nations voted to recognize food as a basic human right and enshrined this right in 1966 in the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Now, this is a human right that is in danger for nearly, I would say, a third of the world. A third of the planet's soil is now severely degraded. And if you talk to any farmer, they will tell you that soil is what they call black gold. So what is important in this area is to collect and analyze ecosystem data to guide decision-making on best practices to protect soil health and to even rejuvenate and rebuild degraded soil. AI can also crunch farm data to do something called yield mapping, which helps governments plan for food security and forecast shortages. And finally, it can be very useful in mapping pests and diseases, which unfortunately are a major concern in industrial monoculture agriculture like we have in the United States and around the world. For example, if you had a banana at breakfast or lunch today, I can tell you with 1,000% certainty that it was a Cavendish banana because multinational fruit corporations over the course of the last several decades have basically cultivated this one species of banana because of its long shelf life. And it is now the dominant banana being produced on almost all of the export banana farms in the world. This one banana is extremely vulnerable to a disease called black sigacota disease, which has been wiping out entire banana plantations throughout Latin America over the last few years with increasing frequency. So being able to identify and map and predict the spread of this disease is really critical, especially when you consider how fragile our monocrop system is now. And finally, one more thing, AI can help us with traceability, which is critical to really understanding where we get our food, where it comes from, how it is grown, whether the workers are treated ethically, and all of those different concerns. Okay, I'm starting to run out of time, so I'm going to just whiz through these. Water management, same thing. Predictive infrastructure maintenance, and also helping us make decisions that will protect the quality of water, especially important since 2.2 billion people lack access to safe drinking water. That's 1 in every 8 people. And right now, the burden of collecting clean and safe water falls mostly on women and girls who spend an estimated 200 million hours carrying water every single day. And finally, AI could help us with predictions and more precise forecasting that can be used in climate disaster response. Okay, so this is really the main point that I wanted to make in this talk today. This is the one thing that matters, and it is this. AI is really just another system, and it's a really critical one for us to evaluate because we are allowing the system to make decisions for us. So, as Sarah Chu mentioned earlier, in the work of Dr. Ruha Benjamin, we have to ask whose agenda is being reproduced in the AI? And where will that agenda take us? So from my work at the Rainforest Alliance, we worked a lot in commodity crops like coffee and tea and bananas. And these are all crops, monocrops, that were forced upon colonized nations and colonized people, mainly in the process of European colonization. So I'll just give you an example. In Sri Lanka, vast swaths of the country were deforested by British tea companies, and in place of the forests, they cultivated tea as a monocrop. Because of that, now the microclimate and the overall climate of the region has really been devastated, and they are particularly vulnerable to drought in these regions. So as we think about AI and all of this data that's being collected, we have to also think about whose agenda is at work here. Even if the AI is open access and everybody can see, these increasingly precise climate forecasts, for example, what we have to remember is that because of centuries of colonization and wealth building, especially by global North nations, only a small number of people in the world have accumulated the excess capital, the financial means to make decisions based on that information, based on the increasingly precise predictions and forecasting that AI can and will provide to us. So that leads to a whole new set of problems. I shouldn't say they're a new set of problems. It actually reinforces existing problems, but accelerates them in new ways. I just want to leave you, share these 2 quotes that also speak to the idea that all of our existing economic systems, in fact, our entire global economy and the entire commodity system really is a result of European colonialism. And part of that project was really to outsource the human labor and the human suffering, as well as the environmental destruction, to faraway places in the global south where people they didn't care about lived, in order to produce a large quantity of these commodities and make them much, much cheaper for global north consumers. So even now, when we talk to multinational companies, for example, who are involved in, let's say, coffee, you will often hear them talk about consumer nations and producer nations. So things like coffee or cocoa or bananas are typically grown by people in the global south who may receive a couple pennies per kilogram of the actual coffee, which is then sold here for up to $20 a pound, let's say. And all of those profits go to the corporation, not to the actual growers. So here's where we get to the danger. Increasingly precise climate data generated by AI is not inherently a bad thing. Neither is the forecasting. What is dangerous is how people use this forecasting and how people with financial resources, people and institutions and governments and companies with the resources to do so can act in their best interest, but not in the collective best interest. So here, I'm going to go through a set of slides that kind of show existing things that have been happening since the advent of colonization, which are now accelerating with the advances in data collection, data interpretation, and in the future, AI forecasting. One is land grabs. So as many of you may be aware, private hedge funds have been purchasing watersheds all over the United States for the last 10 years. The privatization of water is something that we should all be deeply, deeply worried about because it's likely that that water is then going to be sold back to people who can afford it, and clean water will no longer be a human right that is guaranteed, but actually only for people who can afford it. Algorithmic commodity pricing. So we all saw what happened with Uber when the last couple of huge storms came to the tri-state area, right? There were reports of Uber charging something like $17,000 for one ride based on algorithmic pricing. And this is a phenomenon that is already happening in the commodity sector. And what it means is that often the so-called producer nations and farmers in those places cannot earn a living wage and sometimes even lose money growing the crops that we need for our chocolate and our coffee and our tea. Here we have freshwater privatization, which actually began a few decades ago. This has been going on for a long time, but again, the increasing precision of AI-assisted climate forecasting is accelerating this trend. And the same thing is also happening with farmland. This is a great opinion piece written by Nick Estes, and he points out that Bill Gates is now the #1 biggest owner of farmland in the United States. Okay, so there's so much more to say, but I'm running out of time. So I'm going to just talk quickly here about the matrix of domination, which is a concept developed by Patricia Hill Collins, who's a scholar and the author of Black Feminist Thought. And she talks a lot about how domination sort of replicates itself and reinforces itself. So it happens structurally. It also happens hegemonically. That means in our society, our media, our cultural values, things that we just don't even notice because they are in the background fabric of our consciousness. And some of that also manifests interpersonally. So again, there's this idea of transforming ourselves as we seek to transform society. And I included this here, not because we're talking only about, white supremacy or racism or colonialism, but mainly because it's a great example of what happens when we do not interrogate what is in the background of our consciousness. So this is a quote by the poet Kyle Guante Tranmere, and it says, "White supremacy is not a shark, it is the water." We could substitute any number of different cultural biases or systems of oppression for white supremacy, and you get the idea. What we really need to pay attention to, and all of you need to pay attention to because you're young, and it's really going to be you who's shaping the future, is bringing the background into the foreground. So we don't just take these oppressive value systems for granted and continue to replicate them. So with that in mind, I really have been thinking so much about, what are some principles that we can carry forward. Julia Stoyanovich mentioned the Jeremy Bentham's philosophy of utilitarianism, which I think is a really highly relevant question for climate AI, because our climate crisis affects every single living being on the planet. Do we want to design for the best possible result for the largest number of people? We have learned so much from the racial justice movement and from the disability justice movement in this regard. We cannot simply design for the best result for the largest number of people, because that will inevitably hurt those who are most impacted or frontline communities. We must design, we must program, we must train AI to consider the needs of those who are most impacted by our climate crisis. I wanted to share a framework developed by the Disability Justice Group called Sins Invalid, and they laid out 10 principles of disability justice. And I think we would all do very well to make these foundational to the development of AI as we seek to minimize harm and maximize accountability. First, let's ask ourselves the question, how do we define intelligence? And how do we develop a way forward according to intelligence that is oriented toward long-term and collective well-being? So in the Sins Invalid framework for disability justice, there are 10 things to consider. The first is intersectionality. The second, leadership of the most impacted. So the disability justice slogan is nothing for us without us. The third is anti-capitalism. We have to reject the view that land and people are resources that can and should be exploited for profit. The fourth is cross-movement organizing. As we've seen in the talk so far, there are many, many common themes and also some fascinating specific differences regarding the development of AI across various sectors. The fifth is recognizing wholeness. Every human being, and also I would extend that to say our non-human relations, has inherent worth outside of what we can produce. The sixth is sustainability. We are in a race against the clock when it comes to AI. At the same time, it is really important that we do not sacrifice our own well-being even as we attempt to mobilize for ethical AI. Number 7 is cross-sector, cross-disability, cross-racial, cross-cultural, cross-species solidarity. AI has already developed computing power that far surpasses human capacity in many, many areas, and this is only going to accelerate. So we absolutely must be in conversation with one another to take an interdisciplinary approach. And we have to demand equity-centered and participatory design that defends human rights, equity, and the dignity of non-machine beings. Number 8 is interdependence. That's pretty self-explanatory. Everything depends on everything else for its existence. Number 9 is collective access. Climate applications of AI must be open for all to access, and we have a lot of work to do to remedy the wildly unequal capacity to act upon the forecasting that AI can provide in terms of financial resources. And the final is collective liberation. We can and must shape a livable climate future together. Friedrich Nietzsche warned about the will to power, which is the way that power consolidates itself. And the philosopher Martin Heidegger also warned us about the will to technology, which is the way that technology will begin to reinforce itself in order to advance itself. Today, we are living at the intersection of the will to power and the will to technology. Two men like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos are great examples, not great examples, I will say, but like standout examples of people who are harnessing technology to consolidate power and using their power to drive technology. So in closing, I want to share that, like most people, when I think about all of this at the same time, I often become completely overwhelmed. Especially when it comes to trying to think about how I can best use my own skills and capacity to contribute to limiting global heating to what is called 1.5 to stay alive. I would like to respond to this overwhelm by offering two pieces of guiding advice. The first is from the prison abolitionist Mariam Keba, who says, hope is a discipline. That means hope is not something that we have, it's something that we do. And the second is a piece of guidance by the Zen monk, peace activist, and deep ecologist Thich Nhat Hanh, who also reminds us that our actions are our only true belongings. So I encourage you to think about these two guiding principles as you go forth into your future, and to really take seriously the responsibility to shape an ethical, inclusive, and positive climate AI. Thank you.
And Sunny Murphy to come up, and they're also going to talk a little bit about the VR experience that some of you may already have done. And I apologize for not keeping on schedule with our prize drawings. We're going to have them at the end, so stick around.
Hello. Okay, so I'm not sure, I don't see our presentation yet. Okay, where do we click? Okay, here we go. So in the last 20 minutes, I think we'll talk about the Red Wolf project that myself and Sunny have been working for a past year. And I know we're the last talk, so we'll try to go a little bit faster once I learn how to use the clicker. Okay, here we go. So my name is Margarita Vinnikov, and I'm an assistant professor here at the Department of Informatics. And what I do in my lab, we do live, virtual, and augmented, and mixed reality simulations. So for those who those terms are not very familiar, then you can think about your real environment. That's what we're doing here at very uncomfortable chairs. Well, actually not too uncomfortable, but I guess after sitting all day, it's a bit uncomfortable. But then by listening to those talks that we had throughout the whole day, you get into a different reality. So that's what virtual reality, that we're simulating in different headsets and in the different environments, we take you in a completely different experience. And of course, there's also a lot of different technology that takes you somewhere in between, where you still interact with digital content, still from the comfort of your sitting in this room. So in my lab, we do a lot of different projects. And as Nancy already mentioned, one of our projects that we'll be talking today is presented in the next room. But this project I have been introduced by Jessica Ross, who is from the College of Architecture and Design. And this is a collaboration also with different photographers and researchers. So Amy Schatz from NJIT project, and then Joey Hinton and Sunny from the Wolf Conservation Center. So I will just let Sunny take over.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jasmine Murphy. My nickname is Sunny. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, I think I encourage you to just shake it out a little bit, you know, and get yourself right. I'll introduce myself real quick. So I studied zoology at the University of California, Santa Barbara. I'm from California. And I'm currently studying environmental policy and management with the American Public University System. And my particular research interests lie at the intersection of, excuse me, of canid ecology, and canids are animals in the dog family, essentially, and Black and Indigenous histories within the United States. So we've got a pretty good setup here, because I was really interested in what Jung-Won was talking about, how you mentioned at the Paris Climate Summit, I believe it was, correct me if I'm misremembering that, how members were not allowed to mention colonization as a causal factor in climate change, which is really interesting because that's a big part of what I look into is the paradigms that have driven the extirpation of particular species, and wolves and canids in general tend to fall into those most despised categories, I guess. So I'm going to talk to you about these fellas down in the Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Texas. Right now we're calling them canids because they are an interesting bunch that have been found to have genetic red wolf ancestry and genes that are not present in the red wolf. And the red wolf is a critically endangered species that was very intentionally driven to extirpation, and extirpation is when the species is not fully extinct, but essentially can't support itself in the wild and is no longer present in the vast majority of its historical range, and I'll show you that in the next slide. So, as I mentioned, yes, the red wolf was driven to extirpation. Sorry, I'm very close. And upon colonization, it was decimated from extreme, very extreme, and I don't use that word lightly, anti-wolf policies and programs that wiped it out as extensively as they possibly could. And in the 70s, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service gathered up the last remaining individuals along the Gulf Coast, again in Louisiana and Texas. There were about 400, and they assessed their genes and figured out that there were about 17 that were suitable to use for recovery of the species. And so when they, you know, as they moved the program along, they reintroduced animals that were brought forth from those remaining individuals into eastern North Carolina, which I'll also show in the next slide. And that population has been suffering because of anthropogenic pressures, particularly with shooting deaths, which increased by 275% between 2003 2004 and I believe 2013. That's based on some analysis done by our senior researcher. Fortunately, we have found, or our senior researcher has found, along with other collaborators, this red wolf ancestry that we're talking about, which could help tremendously to recover the species. And so, oh, do I go here? There we go. Okay. So the canid that I showed you in the previous slide, that was one that was captured on camera along the Gulf Coast. they will help to, as I mentioned, recover the wild population or the wild type genetics of red wolves that we no longer observe in the wild population that we have right now. Another reason why this is really important is because red wolf taxonomy is actually really controversial, as is a lot of species designations. A lot of people don't believe that they're a distinct species, and a lot of people actually use that argument to undermine protections for this animal. And so, you know, being able to research the population that's in that red spot down along the Gulf Coast will actually help us to clarify this taxonomy, get better protections, and we also need to investigate the stability of their genetics and also the distribution of these genetics. And all of this can help us to not only protect that species down there along the Gulf Coast in red, but also that species over there in blue, and the red wolves that we currently have are breeding in captivity for recovery in the SAFE program, which is the Saving Animals from Extinction, of which the Wolf Conservation Center is a part. And these animals down in red along the Gulf Coast have been collared, and they have tracking collars on, and they will be genetically analyzed further. And I'm particularly excited because we are going to be doing camera trapping this coming spring or summer in Galveston in particular, which is where my grandma is from. And so that's really special to me as I look at the intersection of Black and Indigenous U.S. histories, because I can incorporate my own family history as we do this. And my other grandma is from Louisiana, so Jefferson Parish. So a lot of really cool intersections here. So here's why we're kind of running out of time here with the red wolves and with these canids along the Gulf Coast. Because as I mentioned, you know, the population over there in North Carolina is dwindling. And then we're dealing with sea level rise, which, you know, clearly is going to be disproportionately affecting areas such as the coast of Texas and Louisiana, and the red dots there represent where we have detected movements of these canids with the red wolf ancestry. And so as you can see, they're directly threatened by sea level rise and generally by climate change. And as the sea level continues to rise, they could potentially be pushed further north into more densely populated areas, which is really bad for them. As I've laid out, they don't do very well in human settled areas, as well as other canids and as well as other species. So there's a lot at stake here. Let's move to the next one. And then here is where I will start talking about why this matters with AI. So part of as I mentioned, we're going to be doing some camera trapping down there. And you really want to do camera trapping, which is essentially just remote camera stations to pick up the animals as they move through specific habitats and the transects that you set up in their habitats. And you want to do that in partnership with collars. That you can see that guy's wearing a collar right there, because it gives you different levels of specificity with the things you're observing. Now, with camera traps, we have a couple of different ways that we can approach this. So a lot of times, if you're doing kind of like small scale projects or you're doing preliminary research, you'll use your human volunteers, of which I have been one for a while. And they are, between humans and AI, we're relatively comparable in the way that we can perform as we process these these camera trap data. Humans typically process at accuracy rates of almost 97% and 90% respectively, identify species at 97% accuracy and count species at about 90% accuracy. And a top performing model in a recent study performed at almost 94% accuracy when processing images and identifying species, and about 63% in counting the number of animals in a particular image. So, you know, it's getting there. When it comes to identifying species, it's really, really good. So when you're monitoring a population for a long time, or a large population, or over a vast area, you're gonna have a lot of data to deal with. And when a human does it, it can get really tedious because the vast majority of the images you collect won't have an animal in them. You get a lot of grass, you get a lot of like moving branches, and that can be really boring to go through. So using AI to process these images can be really, really helpful in streamlining the process. And I think Jungwon mentioned too that it's also much more economical because you know, a lot of times these types of projects do struggle for funding, especially when it's a contested species. So AI can really make a huge difference. So if it's really, you know, if AI is so tedious, then why do, or excuse me, if camera traps are so tedious, then why do we do it? As I mentioned, you can get different levels of specificity. You still definitely want to get those collars on the animals because you want to track their movement. You want to see how they're moving through their landscape, define their home ranges, all those kinds of things. And then with the camera traps, I have a cool example I'll show you later on. You can get more specific data about what they're doing there on the ground. You can see how they kind of move throughout their daily lives and how they interact with each other, things that the collars simply can't pick up. So here's how it works. What you need to do when you are preparing to use AI to process your camera trap images, you need to gather several 100,000 images. And then you need to manually process those, manually label and count, and then use that data to train a convolutional neural network. And then you use that program, apply that program to the data set that you've already manually processed, and then train it that way. And then, you know, it's an iterative process, as many things. So you just keep continuing to go through it, evaluate how it's performing, and continue going that way. And with the example of a mega detector, I believe this program is being used for Microsoft AI for Earth. So it uses a two-stage process known as faster region-based convolutional neural network, faster RCNN. And basically, it goes through the different regions of the image and identifies objects versus the background. And then each object is reviewed, I can't say that word, reviewed, there we go, reviewed and then classified, and then assigned a confidence value. And there are some kind of, you know, over-the-counter versions that can be used for researchers like myself. And these can actually waver in accuracy if you change the habitats, if you change the animals, the number of animals. So you need to continue to train your model. And another cool thing, there's little me in 2015, I think, doing camera traps for the first time. I thought I was really cool. In Tejon Ranch in California. But another really cool thing that we can do with AI that I was kind of able to help with a little bit. Years ago, I was a field research assistant in a project studying wildebeest movement in Serengeti. And we used drone data to kind of just look at the movements overhead. So we're going to start up from the sky, and then we're going to come down to Earth with the examples that we're going to look at. So there's me looking at the monitor and taking down the data of the drone flying. And we used some of this footage, or excuse me, Colin Turney from the University of Glasgow, used some of the footage that we got to capture with the drone. I keep directing it to the wrong thing. To get this clip, which is really, really fun. And you'll just see, so basically this calf down here got separated from the herd, and mama is coming to look for it. So the value of this is that we can look at these animals' interactions, how they move through the landscape, and there's the reunion. And then there's a herd, so they all got back together and everybody's safe and happy. So yeah, so it was really amazing to be a part of that. We can go ahead and move forward. Let's see. Oh, did I skip? Let's see, go back. Oh, I'm all over the place. Okay, there we go. We're good? Okay. Yeah, so there's just some really cool things that we can do with AI. So one of the important things about using AI for tracking movement like that is as the landscape changes due to sea level rise in particular, if we're talking about the Gulf Coast, is we can begin to predict how these animals are going to use their landscape as it changes. And therefore we can start to predict, where are the high conflict risk areas, where can they potentially, use better protection, all of those things. There's so many different things that we can do with it. And then another thing that I was proximal to when I was in Serengeti, I got to do some ride-alongs. It was so fun. Is Snapshot Serengeti, and they had about 200 cameras continuously deployed in the park to monitor these animals, and they had tens of thousands of volunteers process these images. And a study found that AI would have saved about 8.5 years of a 40-hour work week for almost 3.2 million images, which is just remarkable. Like, that can really transform the way we do conservation research. But even then, it doesn't have to always perform at the highest level of accuracy. You can just use it at about like a top 3 or something like that, which will essentially give you a top 5 of what species it thinks are in a photo. And that will just help to kind of streamline the process. You don't have to fully depend on it, depending on the scale of your project. And so now we're down on the ground with our examples here. So here's just some images that I took back home in California of these 2 little bunnies. And so what an AI would have strength with in these situations, because it's clear they're relatively easy to pick out from the background, it would be really good at kind of determining that these 2, these are jackrabbits, but then it might struggle a little bit with telling me whether there's 1 or 2 in these images. And then here, same thing, we've got it's got the shape of the animals, but it might struggle with the number of the animals. And as we move through the different examples, it might struggle here, even though it's the same location, but it's darker, and the canid is way back there in the background. And then you've got a boar right here in the front, so it might struggle a little bit in determining what's what, how many things are there, even though it's the same area, just a different background. And then here, same situation. We've got enough light, however, that canid's way in the back, and then we've got vultures. Same landscape, but because of the very subtle differences, it might struggle just a little bit. So that's the importance of kind of training on all these different things, because if you have only like a very small sample of things to train it on, it can develop some pretty heavy bias and kind of mess up your study a little bit. And then this is one of my favorite things that I've ever captured. 2 coyotes chasing down a rabbit, which I just think is really cool. And let me just reference my notes here real quick. Let's see. Having a program, I'm so sorry I keep doing that. Having a program that could help to kind of classify, oh, sorry, that's my alarm. That could classify animals' behaviors, if it could tell me these coyotes are running, that rabbit is running, or something like that, versus laying down versus standing. That would be remarkable, especially for me, since I'm really interested in cognition and behavioral studies. And also, at the same time, a program that could potentially tell me, correct some of the data of the images would be really nice, because I didn't format my cameras for this, and so I got the wrong date, the wrong time, and that's actually really important when you're talking about behavior of these species, because they adapt their behavior based on the time of day. So if I could have a program that could, capture the data of the image when it was collected and kind of correct things like that, that would be really, really great. But this is the importance of having camera traps on the ground versus just the collars, because you can see what they're doing and at what time of day. And to quickly wrap here, so yeah, so part of effective conservation is reaching out to the community, reaching out to many different communities and educating everyone, because that way you can mobilize the communities for better protections for these species. I'm actually really big on, stakeholder engagement, because I think a lot of times we kind of widen this gap between academia and the public. But even in the public sphere, among laypersons, we assume the validity and the authority of Eurosupremacist values, and we don't consider the values, the valuation frameworks, the ethical standards and atmospheres of different colonized peoples and their relationships to these different species and things. And even among different socioeconomic groups, research and education about wild species can be inaccessible. And so using VR to take this information that we've gathered with AI and apply that in an avenue that is more accessible to the average person, and more enjoyable to engage with, free of all that jargon, just really cool things to experience. That's one way that we can offer something that is relatable and accessible to everyone, because no matter who you are, if you're a landowner, if you're somebody that lives in a dense city, if you live on the coast, whatever, red wolves belong to you just as much as they belong to anyone. And I don't mean belong in the sense of possessing, but belong in the sense of my family, my neighbor, my friend. They are yours too. And so that's what I think is the importance of using VR as an outreach tool.
Here's where NJIT comes in, and I just want to say that this has been a one-year project. It has been built on some of the effort of the students who got URI awards in the summer, so David Garcia, and then we had also Nick McHugh and Tajassi Thaul and Derek Shantas, who is just at the back, have been developing this, and what a lot of things that already have been mentioned. So how do we bring attention? So we do have the data, but how do we visualize it? So one stage of our project was just to really try to visualize and understand what would be the most impactful visualizations for people to actually understand the impact of the data and seeing the data from a way where you can interact with that. But as we were going through that first stage of the project, we realized that the personal experience is so much more important, and I wonder if it starts playing. So people who have not tried the project at the back, we really try to focus on really bringing you to discover the animals and just really understanding what the animals needs and what kind of endangered species are there. And so now you can be part of their life. And of course, you can always go to conservation areas and try to meet some of the animals that are endangered, animals that are tried to be supported and healed and preserved through different donations and charity organizations. But what if we can bring that to anyone at home, and you can really rely to the project as you go through? And so that was really, really important for us to bring that experience. And it's interesting how we work together is that the things that are important to computer scientists and informatics and developers in general, the things that we think are super hard is the things that Sunny and her team know the best, because that's what they're embraced every day. But we, with the technology, can really help to visualize that. So do you want to summarize, or should I? Okay. So again, red wolves face an imminent extinction, and there is a lot of climate changes and pressures that we need to be aware of. And we need to really use a holistic approach to research and manage, and include new technologies to help us to really understand what is going on and to really help the animals and the environments that we're living. And so we should definitely embrace AI and I think VR and AR to communicate this message and get everyone involved because this is really our community. So I want to thank everyone, and Nancy, I will let you take over.
Does anybody have any questions at this point? First, everybody gets a bag. I don't know. Did you have a chance to try the VR, any of the VR experiences? We're going to leave them open for a while, so you can come over and play. There are a couple of different things you can play with over there, including finding wolves, right? Well, and some other animals, I think, as well. So thank you for doing this. Do you have any questions? Okay. I'm just going to run over. Sorry. Well, I'm not running. I'm too old to run. I'm walking. There you go. Thank you.
Hi. Yes, I was actually just interested in the, you noted that there was a controversy in specifying the red wolf as a red wolf. Is the controversy just, do people think it's just like a byproduct of something else and it's a different variant? Like, is this sort of like interdepartmental fighting? Like everyone agrees it's a wolf, but just not what kind of wolf? Or is it even more blatant than that?
So that's so tricky because, oh man, scientists are fickle. So species, even the word species itself is controversial because what is a species? You know, is it something that interbreeds with things that look like it or that behave like it, or is it, you know, it's a mess. But with the red wolf in particular, there's a couple of different theories. Some people think that, you know, it's just a product of the gray wolf and a coyote, so it's not real. It's not a real species. It doesn't really matter. There's so many different, I can't remember them all off the top of my head, but it's in that sense, instead of being, you know, this distinct species that can interbreed within its own community and create viable offspring, you know, versus non-viable offspring, then, you know, it's just that's essentially what the controversy is it a hybrid or is it something pure? Which is, yeah, that's a whole thing. Yeah, I hope that kind of answered a little bit. And I'm by no means like the leading expert on this at all. But yeah, that's just a little bit of a peek into the red wolf world, I guess. Conservation world in general.
Does anybody have any questions for our previous speakers as well? Okay. Does everybody want to get prizes? Listen, I want to thank all of our speakers for today, and I want to thank our audience as well. If you have more questions, is everybody too shy to ask questions? No. Okay. Okay. I think if I can have a little help here from my colleague, can I? Are you going to be the person who's going to draw things? Oh my God, they're going to kill you. We haven't decided how to do this. We originally said you had to be in the room, but Patty, we've got some. We were supposed to do this throughout the thing, and of course we didn't. But we do have some actually fabulous prizes. Now, only students, no old people can win these prizes. So, okay, let's draw one for this fine prize, and we'll see if you're in the room. Of course, we didn't ask you to put your name on it, so I got to read the number. 813702. Is that person in the room? Oh, get out your tickets. Did I hear a squeal? 813702. You got a winner. All right. Come on up. This is a fine prize, and you get a t-shirt. You get multiple things. Okay. Give me your number so we know that it's all right. What's your name?
Shruti.
Shruti. Hi, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're a first prize winner at this year's conference. Okay, we're going to get another one coming up. This might be a fabulous one. Oh, this is a fabulous prize. I think this is actually, let's see if we have a winner in the room. 813726. 813726. 813726. We're going once. We're going twice. 813726. Got to do another one. This could be long. 813798. All right. 813798. What's your name? And you have just won a pair of Ray-Ban Story glasses.
Thank you.
Yeah, woo! Could see wolves through those, I think. Okay, we got two more to go. 813710. Oh, we got it. Do we have a winner back there? No. Oh, we're so close. 813710. No. Okay, Patty's got a hot hand here. Okay. 813678. We could go through. 813678. Oh, we have a winner here? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. We got one more to give out here. Oh, there's a good one, too. Okay, we got one more. 813786. 813786. Is that person in the room? 813786. We're going. Patty. Okay, we got another one coming up. Okay. 813769. All right. And all of you are winners, and thank you for coming. What's your name?
Denise.
Hi, Denise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, those are the prizes, but I thank you very much for coming to our conference today. And please go over into our arcade area, and there are a couple of games for you to play, one of which involves wolves. Okay. Thanks to our speakers, and thanks to our audience.
It's a big success.
And thanks to our helpers.